while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix from Ostrava, Czech Republic. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Conradi. Now, before we introduce the men's short program coming up in just a few moments, we want to talk a little bit about our guest commentator joining us this week, Jason Brown. Mark?
Yeah, Jason Brown, known as one of the most popular and the most beautiful skaters in the world, and he's had 2 medals at the Junior World Championships in the past. So it's going to be great for the skaters to get to hear his experiences and see what he thinks of the current crop of talent that we've got on the Junior Grand Prix this year.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. We just spoke to him. He's really excited to join us for the final 2 groups in the men's free program. Okay, Mark, Sena Takahashi won week 1, 14 years old, outstanding performance, quick and agile, really exciting. But what can we expect here in Ostrava week number 2?
Well, potentially just as exciting, if not even more exciting, because at this event there will be Minkyu Seo, who's the current and reigning junior world champion, and he will face some stiff opposition from the Slovakian skater Adam Hagara, who finished just 2 places behind him in 3rd place at the World Championships just a few months ago.
Well, one of the things we noticed in week number 1 is anything can happen. We have new skaters that we haven't seen on the Junior Grand Prix yet, sort of emerge as young coming up stars. So it all gets started with the men's short program, which begins right now. Welcome, everyone, to Ostrava, Czech Republic, week number 2 on the Junior Grand Prix 2024. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Conradi, as we fly over the arena here, the host of so many championships, hockey championships, figure skating championships, Junior Grand Prix events. Mark?
Yeah, an amazing venue, and I think many of the skaters have already commented on the fact that the arena being as spectacular as it is really helps to give them the impression of the enormity of the occasion in a very positive way.
As we take a look at the officials for this event, this is an amazing facility inside, and many of the skaters have mentioned they feel like they're at the World Championships. As we take a look at the technical panel, minus all the fans, of course.
Yeah.
Junior Grand Prix doesn't generally draw too many. You will see them on the behind the judges, although our cameras aren't pointed that direction, so the fans, you won't really see too many of them. That is the start order for this event, the men's short program. And last week we started with the women. This year we start with the men. You mentioned the Junior World Champion from last season in this event.
Yeah, really exciting to see Junior World Champion in the men's event. Last week we saw the Junior Women's World Champion, Mao Shimada, and we saw that she maintained her dominance. We yet to see whether or not that will be the same for Minkyu Seo from Korea, who's in this first group in the competition, which is exciting.
Yeah, I think even Mao was in the second group
early
last week,
on,
so you really start to understand. When we watched the practice sessions last week in Riga, we were a little uncertain as to the energy. It's when you're with the age change, now that you're in juniors longer than you were in the past, can you maintain that the excitement of being where you are in your development stage? We'll see with Minkyu whether that is the same case.
Yeah, and it'll be also interesting to make that comparison between the men and the women at this stage. And obviously, last week there was an interesting discussion and debate about the comparison of scores between Mao Shimada and Sena Takahashi in the men's event, because the program component scores are factored differently, and the women aren't allowed to attempt triple axel in the junior short program, and consequently the program component scores are factored a little bit differently. It's just interesting to assess and consider how the men and the women are developing at this stage in their career.
So I'm going to go way out on a limb here, first couple minutes into the broadcast.
Wow,
here we go.
started strong.
So what would you think of a competition, not necessarily an ISU competition, where men and women win the same event, same rules?
Well, that was actually something that I noticed online. Somebody proposed, well, what would happen if indeed you could put the likes of Mao Shimada against Sena Takahashi, because they're both capable of similar technical feats. And I think it's a very interesting concept. And if I think of the senior category, would that change the landscape of the women's event? Because obviously with Ilya Malinin, his planned program content is so incredible. Would that then perhaps change what the women were attempting? We've seen now in the women's discipline Kaori Sakamoto being the 3-time world champion, and she set the benchmark for her technical score. Should we say, okay, well actually now next year you're going to go up against the men? Would that then push her to put more quadruple jumps in her planned program content? It's an interesting concept.
Well, you could always adapt or adjust the numbers in one way or the other, but the interesting thing is how would you, the PCs, how would you measure that? The technical stuff, they're numbers, it's math, you can do it. But the PCs, this would be more challenging from a human perspective, the judges being human, of course, having to look at both the men's and the women's in the same light and yet in a different light. Complicated, but interesting topic just for discussion, which is what we're doing now.
Absolutely, and so then some might suggest that with the program component scores, I think of late they've been a little squeezed and they maybe haven't had the same maneuverability with the components as we might like. So perhaps then we could suggest that the women might have a stronger PCS, but the men can be so brilliant at that too.
Well, interesting for further discussion and comments by our viewers. And on that topic, we have 12 and a half hours of broadcast today.
Yeah.
So we really are reaching out to our viewers from around the world. Let us know, where you're watching from, what your questions are. There were some brilliant questions last week. It was really awesome. We really enjoyed it because thought-provoking questions from the viewers. And of course, we always love knowing where you've already got some in here. Right?
Well, yeah, already some comment. I think International Skating Union social media team had very kindly showcased me bobbing about in my shorts, dancing around rinkside as the backdrop for the question as to any questions anybody has for this event. And so questions have indeed come in. Thank you to those that have communicated with the International Skating Union.
What's the shorts shots got to do with the questions?
Well, because then at Wandering in Woods has said, dang man, don't your knees get cold? But that said, the atmosphere in the rink, it is quite mild, and some of the skaters were actually commenting, it's 30 degrees outside here in Ostrava, and consequently there was a debate as to how do you dress for an event when it's so hot and so warm outside. But we're fortunate that the rink here is not too cold.
No, the rink is beautiful, and of course our broadcast location is in a room which we actually want to go to the rink and cool down a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. What else you got? Last minute.
From Team Rio Nakata, how is the atmosphere there?
Well, I think people walk into this facility and they see it. It just brightens them up. I mean, this is exciting stuff. This is like competing junior on a senior environment and a senior venue. And so it's a very good venue. It's extremely well produced, beautiful promotion around the city as well. What a great job they've done here. So it's really exciting. Okay, we've got less than a minute in this warm-up, and then we'll get started on a 12-and-a-half-hour day of coverage on the Junior Grand Prix week number 2. Next week, of course, we'll move on to Bangkok. Mark, you'll be going home. I'll be going there live, and no Paris on that event, so the days are a little bit shorter. Yeah, but still very exciting, of course.
And I suppose a chance for us now just to consider as we look to the closing seconds of this warm-up, those are the skaters that will be traveling to Bangkok, and just wishing them all the very best. We're excited to share, the remaining stories and journeys of the athletes that are going to the rest of the events.
And just as a reminder, as they clear the ice, Jason Brown, the great Jason Brown, will be joining us for guest commentary on the free program tomorrow for the final 2 groups. You won't want to miss that. We had a call with him yesterday. He's so excited to join us. It's going to be a great initiative. We'll see how it goes. Here we go. Day number 1, week number 2, ISU Junior Grand Prix.
First to skate, representing from India, Razvan Cionac.
And what a great occasion for Razvan Cionac, the 15-year-old who competed on the Junior Grand Prix last year. And he will start this entire event. Well, how wonderful, Ted, for us to be able to see the development of this athlete. Razvan, as I mentioned, competed on the Junior Grand Prix last year, and I was able to share at that point some of the challenges that he and his coach had in regards to the rink closing for large parts of the summer. And despite the lack of facilities that Razvan and Coach Simona have, you can see, to me, significant progress year on year.
Yeah, and he had a 36.82 as his personal best. He's looking to beat that here. As we see the triple flip on a lean, a little under-rotated, wasn't on top of his foot, on the side of his foot, had to take the fall on that. Here's a look at the flying camel traveling. We talk about GOE. We have a series coming up, basics of figure skating, about judging as well, and we explain a little bit about the GOE. So that's a quality score, and there are specific criteria for pluses and for minuses on that. There's the double axel. That was pretty nicely done.
Absolutely, and it was interesting to see in the back of the shot for that triple flip that Razvan produces the second element, that Coach Simona was still applauding the mistakes, suggesting that at this point in his development, the fact that he went for it, the fact that it appears to have been fully rotated, yes, there's a fall, but they're conscious of the long-term objective and the need for him to be attempting the triple flip as opposed to just doing a double, or even the fact that it was fully rotated. This is still showcasing his long-term development. Yeah,
you have to measure in competition the risk that you're going to take and the potential loss with the gain long-term of experience. And juniors, that's what juniors is for. So that's why you'll see probably a little bit more falls in juniors, because they're trying the new elements that they can do it, but they don't own it yet.
Yep.
And they need to learn that in competition, of course. What a beautiful backdrop that is.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
For a kiss and cry, really nice. They've hosted the European Championships, of course, here
so they
a number
know
of times. Yeah,
they know the score.
Yeah.
But interestingly, I think I remember last year in Istanbul when Razvan competed that Simona had suggested putting in more triple saltos and triple toes, and they were upping the triple content. This year, the flip, obviously more difficult, that's being added to the repertoire.
Yeah. Well, 40.55, so beats his personal best score. That's great for Razvan. He's the first skater out in the men's short program. Coach looks pretty happy with that. As long as those numbers keep climbing, even if you're not pleased with the performance, that's just good news. You're gaining experience and maturity.
And now to the second competitor in this men's short program, 16-year-old Tamir Kuperman. And he, along with the other members of the Israeli skating team, trains in Montclair.
And he was 7th last year in Bangkok, week 1 on the Junior Grand Prix, and 5th in Armenia, the final Grand Prix last season. So it's had some good results. Well, that was amazing. What a wake-up for everyone in the building, us here in the broadcast booth as well. So quick, so agile, that triple axel. You looked over at me like your eyes were like saucers. It was fantastic.
And then the transitional entry into the triple flip was so difficult.
And this is going to be a big score, I think.
It'll be interesting to see how the judges, we mentioned about grade of execution. The first two elements in this program for Tamir Kuperman from Israel were really good quality.
He had a 1.94 added to his base value for the triple axel and a 1.36 added to the triple flip. So, you know, when you're adding those scores because of the quality, it just completely blows your overall score huge. Well, you'll see that Look at that triple axel. Look at the flow, the
Oh.
extension, the back. It's amazing. Picture perfect. Slides right up into the triple flip, nice and tight in the air. Good speed and flow on the landing is exactly what you're looking for positive GOEs. And this was a little tighter in the triple Lutz, triple toe loop combination. Was still good. Loses a bit of speed between them, but gets it done.
And here, chance to see the step sequence element for Tamir. The conviction I thought with Tamir was really great to see. Doesn't have the refinement that we'll see from some of the others in regards to the aesthetic of his movement, but his conviction to the music justified that music choice. Whether or not it was chosen for him because of his character, or whether or not he's just embraced the character appropriately through the work that he's done. Alexei Bychenko, I think that the coach with him, he was as high as 4th at the World Championships back in 2018, and it looks like they have a good relationship and rapport between them.
That was brilliant.
Really good.
That is going to stand strong at the junior world level. We'll see what the score is. Remember, 63.60, which is a pretty good score for junior, the short program, and pretty sure he's going to beat that by quite a bit here. So he's going to set the standard in this event. Short program scores. For Tamir Kuperman from Israel, 72.75. Great score. First so far, but it's really early on. And the world champion, junior world champion's coming up in just a few skaters. No, right now, actually. And there he is. Last year's world junior champion from Korea.
And as Minkyu Seo leaves his coaching team to take to the ice, how has that World Junior title impacted his off-season? And we sincerely hope that's bolstered and boosted his confidence, although on occasion such a responsibility of such a big title can be an adverse.
And he just heard that big score.
Yeah. We wish him all the best skating to the Moonlight Sonata. closing section of the choreography, quite brilliant from Minkyu Seo. And any question mark about the responsibility of holding the crown as World Junior Champion totally answered with that clean skate.
Yeah, I mentioned, well, he just heard that score. Yeah, he just heard that score and said, okay, I'm going to lay a bigger score down, which this should be very close. We'll see, because both were excellent clean programs.
Yeah. And such a difference in the contrast, Moonlight Sonata compared to the flamenco-type movement from Tamir Kuperman. I thought perhaps the jump combination was a little tighter for Minkyu Seo, and maybe the grade of execution quality of the jumping passes not as strong, but what he didn't have in the jumping passes I thought were better in the spin. I love the use of the difficult blade feature within the combo as we look at this opening axel.
I thought the triple axel by Tamir was better.
I question whether that was slightly shorter rotation and a change of edge, I think, on the loose takeoff.
Exactly. That is clean. Everything's clean in the judges' sheet, so no under rotations. There's the triple flip a little bit later in the program, right on top of that landing flow with some flow into the spread eagle.
The spread eagle was so well punctuated on the music, as too was this. And Minkyu has acknowledged repeatedly and regularly that Patrick Chan is his role model, and Patrick has worked on his choreography, and what a great influence to have on your skating.
Great little jump in that back sit spin. Pretty well centered on both feet. And there's the exit.
Love that difficult exit with the Oellerer into the knee slide. It was so articulated with the music. So what a brilliant way to finish for the judges for the composition and presentation components where musicality is so important. So stronger component scores, I'm sure, than Tamir.
Yeah, and he needs a 72.77 to take the lead. His personal best, 80.58. He's probably not going to touch that score here with this performance, although brilliant as it is, but 80 is huge. That's 77.08, and that will put the current world junior champion into first place early on in the competition, but very close behind Tamir Kuperman of Israel, about 5 points, less than 5 points behind.
Interesting to see a deduction, a time violation, so perhaps the music just a little bit too long.
On the ice, representing Poland, Jakub Lofek.
And now to the eldest competitor that we have seen thus far, 18-year-old Jakub Lofek. Jakub explained that it is the first time at this point in the season where he feels really confident with his material.
Third year on the Junior Grand Prix.
This time
Jakub Lofek, the Polish skater who I remember now, as we see him again this season, I remember vividly his performances last year in Gdansk and being so amazed at the conviction to his interpretation. I still really appreciate that and can see that in this performance too. Just unfortunately too many technical mistakes for Jakub.
Yeah, and I was thinking he had a triple axel planned at the top of the program. That would be 3 in a row triple axels
Yes.
in the short program. We didn't see that last week in Riga, so already a good start, not for this young man on this day. He can certainly do that triple axel, and he can certainly do the triple left, triple toe, but that ended up to be a double toe.
And it's a shame having just introduced him onto the ice, suggesting that he was feeling more confident than ever and looked good on the back edge.
Slipped right off a little bit there. Oh, he just didn't convert in a rotation position. And here is a look at the Lutz. Triple Lutz looks a little bit okay, a little bit loopy in the air, only into the double toe. Didn't have enough momentum mark after the Lutz. And then the triple flip. And the free leg got stuck forward, couldn't punch it back, and has to take a step out on that. That'll be a reduction. That's a minus. Some scores coming off that base value for that element. There's a look at the final spin of the program.
You can see struggling a little bit, as are so many of the skaters this year. At this point in the season, the changes to the spin criteria for level 4 this year forced the skaters to attempt different things. Still getting used to that, but oh, what a shame. And I love the music, absolutely love the music, and you could sense Jakub's commitment to the musicality. And
yeah, it's really disappointing because I think he's a strong technical skater, but once you get very confident of it and all of a sudden it pops unexpectedly, then you struggle with, I've already lost all those points, and everything goes downhill a little bit on that. Let's take a look at the short program scores. His personal best is 75.55. He's going to be way short of that here with this program. He's certainly capable of moving up that ladder quite a bit, but we'll see how he responds tomorrow in the free program. Opportunity lost, and you can see him thinking about that.
And this is where the skaters have to show such maturity as they sit in the kiss and cry awaiting the fate of scores that they know will not be anywhere near their personal best, having spent the whole summer working so hard for this point.
It's true. And one of the things I want to talk to Jason Brown about tomorrow on our broadcast, of course, is how does a skater cope with and recover from a very disappointing performance? And we'll talk to Jason about that. Not that he's had very many of those because he's such a good skater, right?
And I think with Jakub, he was just outside the top 10 at last year's Junior World Championship, so he would have been wanting to push ever closer to Minkyu Seo.
It was a good season for him last year, 52.04. That's almost 20 points short, and that'll put Jakub currently into 3rd place. That is very disappointing. We'll see how he responds tomorrow. It's early on in the season. It's the first program. It's the short program. Much more to come. Many more opportunities for redemption.
And now to Denis Krouglov, the 14-year-old. He's had a coaching change this season, and he will skate to I Hear a Symphony by Cody Fry.
24th last year at the Junior World Championship.
I used to hear a simple song that was until you came along. Now its place is something new. I hear you when I look at you.
A lovely finish position for Denis Krouglov. And interesting, I was just trying to see whether or not Denis had attempted triple axel. It doesn't look like he's ever attempted that in competition before, certainly an ISU event. So
no, and you can tell, we'll see this, you can tell in the takeoff, he skidded it so much that he didn't get the punch up into the air, get around and up. But good first attempt in competition. You have to get that experience under your belt. He had a good try here. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this short program. He does have a sensitivity with the music. You can see he's patient with his choreography right off the top of the program, trying to connect. Nicely done. Here's the triple axel. You can see that skidding edge, and he's he's under-rotated in the judging system. So, but good try. Here's the Lutz. Too far forward, but watch, how did he do this?
No, amazing.
Yeah, amazing. Under-rotated on the triple toe loop. And the triple flip was pretty good here. Nice. And some of the steps, Mark.
That was a nice pack choctaw there. Bit of body movement, that one of the features. Bracket, counter, twizzle, another one of the features, combination of turns. And he maintains speed and flow. And actually,
I love this.
Yeah, the fantastic death drop within for the body movement. Denis had explained that Tom Dixon and Romain Gazab have helped him on his flow and his edges, and he was hoping that that would be seen and recognized. And so it'd be interesting just to see how the skating skills compare. That said, the fall on the axle and the mistake on the jump combo, it will have an impact.
It kind of nullifies the gain that you will have made, but that's part of the process and experience. And there's the heart. Yeah. Some nice, very, very nice connection with the music. Lovely presentation. Mistake on the axle. And a struggle. How he got through the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Just fantastic fight, of course. And that is a skill in itself, learning how to fight to save an element. And the decision making. Do I really go for this? I don't have a lot of speed. Should I go for it? Should I not go for it? Decision's got to be good, and the fight's got to be good.
Suggests a good competitor. And Denis, as he sits in the kissing crowd with Coach Leslie Ann Stewart, is just only 14 years old. Wow. And yet, I don't know, he gives me, certainly in regards to his maturity of performance, older feeling. Certainly
gives off that he's more mature and experienced. His personal best in the short program is 63.09. And this program should fall short of that with the mistake, and there it is, 54.92 for Denis, and that'll put him currently into third place.
Second time violation in this event already.
Somebody's trigger happy on that stopwatch.
Exactly.
On the ice, representing Italy, Edoardo Luigi Profaizer.
And now from one 14-year-old to another, Edoardo Luigi Profaizer.
Second Junior Grand Prix season. He was 21st in Budapest last season.
Edoardo Luigi Profaizer from Italy, third at the Italian Junior National Championship, supported here by those in the audience. And actually, Ted, although Edoardo has a lower planned program content technically, I thought his connection visually to the judges was more committed than perhaps anybody. He had the confidence to really eyeball the judges, which should push the presentation component score.
Everybody develops at different speeds, of course, and this young man, developing both things at the same time, technically, maybe a little less experienced technically than he is in connecting to the music. But as we see here at the beginning of the program, it's very good posture, nice straight, strong back, and you can see he's paying attention to the details at the beginning of the program, not just throwing it away to get to that first jump. He's doing it all. And here is the first jump, the triple toe loop, and he's just got the free leg stuck out in front. He breaks at the waist, and he has to step out of that. And here's the triple flip, or attempt, but popped into a double. And this, Mark.
Yeah, harder to maintain. You can see it's just a little bit high towards the toe pick, thus slowing that down in the camel feature as he steps up now into the double axel.
And a little less speed coming in there. He's just not comfortable and as confident in the technical yet. And he has, years to grow. He's got a lot of strength to be gained, and that will be a great assist, of course.
And interesting, we saw Nikolajs Krivoseja, the other Italian competitor represented in Riga and Latvia last week. And both of these Italian competitors somewhat similar in their approach at this stage. Good skating skills, nice stylistically, cover the ice with good aesthetic, just lower program content technically than others at this stage.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I always was worried in the beginning when we were doing the Junior Grand Prix to make sure that the comments of the stage of development weren't seen as, people don't think it is a process, and it takes time, and everybody progresses at different speeds. Sometimes you go really fast and then you drop off and don't get any better, right? So it's different for everyone. Let's take a look at the score, 38.46. That is about 5 points lower than his personal best. That'll put him currently into 6th place. He's got some really good creative skills.
Lots to admire.
Yeah.
I really appreciate, particularly the step sequence, the final element of his program.
Yeah, and I think as he gains the strength and uses momentum and speed to help him fly through the air, this will be a great game. Second group taking the ice now for their 6-minute warm-up, and we go back to the question board, Mark.
Yes, thank you to those that have sent in questions to the International Skating Union Instagram. As we see the next group of 6 men taking to the ice. Question that we've had from at Jakub Wands: what starting number in a group is, in your opinion, the most advantageous? Which is a really interesting concept, because for those that haven't perhaps competed, there are lots of implications for the skater and how they plan, dependent on where they draw. So the skaters will all have had to draw out a number to dictate their starting position in this short program.
I think that in the short program, either first or second are the best, because the short program is not as exhausting as the free program. It's not as daunting mentally as well. And if you can have that warm-up and feel good off that warm-up and get right into the short program and set the standards that others to beat, it's an advantage. I think in the free program, it might be second or third might be the best. But, everybody, no one says, I'll go last. Not too many people want to wait 40 minutes before they skate their program. But what are your thoughts?
Well, for me, many of us would, I know many that would be reluctant to take the first spot after the warm-up, because during the warm-up, you're, as we see Adam Hagara on the screens, you're obviously exuding a lot of energy and preparing yourself physically and checking that your jumps are okay. So then sometimes your heart's still pounding, and maybe you don't have quite as much energy for the performance itself. So maybe second or third I would go with. And yet there are others, and each competitor can be so different. So I know some that will then watch each of their competitors and really embrace the chance to thrive off of seeing other people.
That's true. I was like me. I always looked at the skater before me and I would go, they didn't do so well. Great opportunity, right? Or they did really well. Boy, I better skate well, right? So, it all depends on how you look at it. The one thing about skating last is that you don't often practice in your training sessions, let me do a 6-minute warm-up and then get off the ice for 30 minutes. You just paid for the 30 minutes of ice.
Exactly.
And just wait around to practice that delay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't happen very often, and it's something that is more challenging for skaters.
Yeah, definitely sense that unless you come perhaps from a rink where there are a multitude of skaters and they can offer the simulation whereby the coaches will either buy the ice or there's just sufficient ice time for them to then have all 6, they could make a group of 6 skaters all getting ready for the competitive season and they simulate that experience. You're so right. You're reluctant to simulate the experience of waiting 40 minutes because it's wasted ice time when there's so much to work on, and yet it's important to be mentally and physically prepared for the reality of, if you're the last to skate in a group, you're going to have to 6-minute warm up and then hang about backstage for 40 minutes.
And even with that sort of philosophy, if you think like, okay, well, if I learn to skate really well, I don't need to spend all the money to go to all these competitions. I'll just go to the ones that are really important. That's not good either. I mean, learning to skate well in practice and learning to skate well in competition are completely different animals. Because not from a physical perspective, but from a psychological perspective.
And that was what was really impressive, I think, from the performance from Tamir Kuperman, the Israeli competitor who's currently lying in 2nd place, because he appeared, I certainly thought there was a sense of embracing the competitive arena and showcasing above practice level of commitment.
He was completely on fire. He was wanting to show the world what he's capable of, and he did, really exciting. Just want to mention, Mark, again, tomorrow in the free program, the final 2 groups will have guest commentator Jason Brown from the United States. He's a former U.S. champion, of course, Grand Prix medalist. He always is probably one of the fan favorites at the World Championship. Even though he may not be on the podium, he's always close to the podium, right?
Yes.
He's just brilliant.
And we were looking back, as we referenced Jason, who's joining us tomorrow, we're looking back at the World Championship scores from Montreal, and I think, upon a quick glance, that Jason was the only man in the event who achieved a maximum 10 out of 10 points.
I think he was the only 10 in the whole competition.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. And he had one from one judge, but that just shows you how good he is as a all-round skater. Now we do have, as we move forward through the Junior Grand Prix next week in Bangkok, Kathy Reed will be joining us for the coverage of ice dance, and Caitlin Osmond, 2018 world champion, Olympic bronze medalist, Olympic team gold medalist from Canada, will be joining us for the women's free program final 2 groups. So it's really exciting to have these, and just so that the fans who know this, you're going to be in Nottingham, I'm going to be in Bangkok, and Caitlin's going to be in Edmonton, Kathy's going to be in Japan. So we're using this technology. So if something goes wrong, please be patient with us.
Trying our best.
Yeah, but we did the test yesterday and all sounded really good.
And how exciting for some of the skaters that will be commentated upon by either the likes of Jason or Kathy, who are both experienced Olympians, or indeed a former world champion.
Exactly. And we have some interviews coming up as well. We spoke with Ilia's mom and dad, Roman and Tatiana. I did the interview with them. They're interested, knowing them as skaters, and now his mom and dad. It's really interesting, a lot of fun. And we'll be speaking with Ilia as well from Gdansk. So, and I think you've got somebody else lined up.
Yeah, we're just trying to schedule in with Karolina Kostner, another one of my all-time favorite skaters, just a stunningly beautiful skater. And
now you got to ask the questions and let her speak, okay?
I know. I've just got. We don't have enough time. Can we have an hour, please, so I can grill them on all their?
You don't. You should be like an investigative reporter or a detective, because you ask a lot of questions.
I know. I actually think. I'm getting a reputation. I heard the coaches over talking.
It's okay. Here we go. Group number 2.
Oh, what great scenes from coach to skater. The level of commitment from coach to Sonar Ozturk. Amazing to witness that level of intensity and passion from the coach to their student.
This is his first Junior Grand Prix event. He was 7th at the Bavarian Open earlier this season.
Soner Ozturk representing Germany with a unique take on his short program.
Yeah.
The music by Yellow, unique costume, unique choreography, and I appreciate, admire the novelty of his choice. But obviously there were mistakes made.
Yeah, technical mistakes, but what I like is commitment to the quirkiness of the
Yes.
program. Like, you know, look
Even
at this
there.
open. Yeah, exactly. Look at this opening position and some moves and choreography right off the top of the program, committed to the style of music in which he's utilizing. There's the triple Lutz up into the triple toe loop, too far back in the heel. Not enough speed to carry him through that. As we take a look at triple flip on a lean, on an angle, and couldn't get the free leg out.
And just in the back of shot there, we see Soner stepping up into the double axel. What I so appreciate, we're talking about the intensity of his coach. Nice double axel. As he parted to take to start position, and on that triple flip, there was applause, there was engagement, and she still applauded the fall too. Just absolutely behind the student, come good, bad, and different.
Yeah, and the coaches know what stage of development these skaters are at, and they're hoping for the best of what they're able to do, but they also understand the risk of new elements, right? So, and appreciate the effort and the, you know, the effort in competition in the competitive environment is completely different than training. Yeah, great support.
Really good support. And I think as a parent watching, you just, I mean, I don't know if this is an entire reflection of training, but certainly that coach appears to be totally engaged and committed to her student, and that's, as a parent, what you would obviously.
And we're going to talk about coaching throughout this day today. It's an interesting profession. 50.50. That'll put Soner currently into 5th place. But some nice skills, some nice connect with the music, good choice of music, good choice of choreography, and some problems technically on this day. We'll see what happens at the free.
Next to skate, representing Japan, Daiya Ebihara.
And now, Tadea Ebihara, who celebrated his 16th birthday just last week.
There's a free short program score of 76.10. Good score. We'll see whether he can replicate that here on this day in the Junior Grand Prix.
Japan's Daiya Ebihara came into this event presumably hoping for a medal position, but the mandatory flip jump in the short program popped into a single. Is at least 5 points as his compatriots cheer him on, and it's going to be hard to contend for a medal position with that mistake.
And we talked about the pressure of the Japanese and the Korean skaters. The expectations are quite high. Obviously, a good skater. Did the triple axel, did the triple toe loop, and then just thought, okay, I'm going to just do the flip. Boom, pop. He rushed that timing, and that popped open, and he knew the consequence of that. And you'll see that in the scores. We'll take a look. Here's the triple axel. Not a high jumper, but pretty quick into rotation. GOE maybe, what's the GOE is just 0.57. Now that was better.
Oh, lovely.
Good lift on the triple toe loop and a 1.43 GOE. So that score was added because the quality of that. There it is.
Nightmare.
And that's like throwing points or money out of your pocket.
This
here's
was
some really nice, really nice stuff. Good choreography, good use of his edges. And after that miss, so he still has to perform carrying the disappointment.
And it's interesting, the comparison we make between the others is we see just struggling to hit the now he's lucky because he needs to have
he does
the camel again later, but I don't know if that first camel would have been valid or counted. It has gone in the system as a change foot combo spin level 4. But certainly not the grade of execution within that final closing element as he would have liked. But interesting just to compare because Tamir Kuperman had very similar music and the presentation commitment very different between the two athletes. It's fascinating to see the approaches.
Well, 76.10 is his personal best in the short program. He's going to fall short of that for sure. And it's a 66.92, and that'll put him currently in the 3rd place. So lots of skaters still to come, but he's kind of in the mix still. We'll see what happens over the course.
Effectively, you could have added 5.5 points had that flip changed.
Well, here is the world bronze medalist from last season, Mark.
Yes, Adam Hagara. It was so exciting to see him representing Slovakia so brilliantly last year in the Junior Grand Prix. This is his final year as an age-eligible junior and looking to really embrace the fact that he's back on the Junior Grand Prix circuit.
And we'll fill you in. We spoke to him about coming back to juniors. We'll tell you a little bit about that at the end of his program.
Well, Adam Hagara's sister and his coach had explained that they were excited that Ostrava is so close to Slovakia, and so some of his fans can come to cheer him on. And you could certainly hear that support, and he delivered for both himself and his fans brilliantly.
This is a very seasoned veteran
Yes.
in competition. He's a very consistent skater. Didn't have a good skate in Budapest last year. He won week 1 in Linz brilliantly and had some challenges in Budapest. But he rarely makes mistakes and he had a consistent year. He was 3rd in the Junior Grand Prix final, 3rd at the Junior Worlds. Very consistent skater. And you can see that. You trust his technique, and so does he.
And I think, from memory, as he cuddles his sister up the ice, the speed has increased even more so. And great.
And I would say the confidence of his performance as well. We see a little bit larger range. Look at the triple axel here. Right on top. Just so confident, so coordinated. Beautiful.
Nice change of edge, back inside double 3, and the back counter mohawk entry into the triple flip, seamlessly interspersed with the back twizzle as well. So the composition of the program was good. Their difficult blade feature, that new this year, spinning on the toe pick within the combo spin to achieve higher level.
And some use the heel. Right. Here's the steps. And you can just see him with the upper body movement right there, that reach with the arms and the free leg on the toe pick. It's something you would not have seen last season. And so he's really greatly matured in his choreography.
Interesting. We're getting a little insight into some of the input from the judges, because I actually thought that the speed, which is so imperatively and integral in the skating skills score is still lower than Minkyu Seo, but I actually thought Adam Hagara's speed today was really very impressive.
I would support that. But they're not significantly lower. They're kind of within the same range. But let's take a look. 78.02 is his personal best in the short program. 78.02, and this is a 78.03. So, yeah, he takes over first.
By a new PB by 100th of a point.
Yeah, exactly. So he's thrilled with that personally for himself, and of course, he's ahead of the world champion from last season, and that is a nice feeling, at least for the moment, because we have the free program coming up tomorrow.
Next to skate, representing Spain, Rouco Morcillo.
And from one 18-year-old to another, Rouco Morcillo, 18-year-old, born in Seville, skating to Still Loving You by the Scorpions. Daniel Rouco Morcillo completes his short program. I love the inside axle into the
Yeah, that was cool.
spread eagle variation. There's some cool moments within. Even the spread eagle change edge transition as the Spanish pair team support him right side.
Yeah, in the step sequence, he did this neat coming at the camera slide sideways. So he's got some interesting little pieces of choreography. I missed that inside axle, unfortunately. But let's take a look at some of the elements off the top of the program. Good upper body movement here. And we find that junior men have a little bit more connection with the music than they have in the past. Here's the triple toe loop. He had planned a triple Lutz and then a big lean on the double toe loop, so couldn't get the second one turned into a triple. And you'll see here, this is under-rotated on this triple flip in the system.
And Daniel hasn't attempted triple flip before that, as we see him just pushing through the attempted difficult exit of the combo spin.
Double axel, really takeoff edge slipped out from underneath him. Right there, there's that slide sideways, which was pretty cool.
It's a good use of multi-directional skating. Akin to Yuzuru Hanyu there with the heel drag.
And there's that GOE that's okay, like you just demonstrated last night. The change sit spin at the end of the program, that's in a level 3. So he's missing one feature. The highest level of difficulty for any one of these elements is 4. And so he had 3 of the 4 features and a GOE plus of just 0.30.
And when I asked Daniel about his preparations, he did explain that he's doing his best now with huge support from his coaches, Carolina Sanz, Jordi Lafarga, Evan Sanz and Alibel Alegre, and it's always so wonderful to hear the skaters giving thanks and gratitude towards those that have helped them to get here.
Yeah, it's nice that they recognize that and they feel it every day. Let's take a look at the short program scores. Now, 41.82 is his personal best in the short program, and he draws just a bit short of that at a 40.59. That'll put Danielle currently into 8th place.
Next to skate, representing Turkey, Furkan
And now Furkan Emre Incel, a skater with Junior Grand Prix experience. Last year competed in Istanbul and Budapest, just outside the top 10 at those assignments.
17 years old, and he'll skate the short program here to Keeping Me Alive by Jonathan Roy.
Next years are tempting.
Furkan Emre Incel completes his short program, and my awareness of the Turkish skating community was obviously so heightened last year when we were in Istanbul and we saw the passion behind the audience as well. And I think what's exciting to see is different skaters with different coaches from an emerging skating nation with lots of obviously different inputs to create junior Grand Prix skaters.
Oh, very cool. I'm going to Ankara, so I'm really excited. I've never been to Turkey before, and as you mentioned, the enthusiasm in the skating community there, looking forward to that as we see the opening moves here at the top of the short program.
Really impressed by the expression.
Nice lift on that double axe, a little forward on the landing, a bit stiff, but you know, that's being really picky. And here is a look at the triple Lutz. Watch the fight to get the free leg back quick enough to get up into the triple toe loop, get the free leg back again. So great work on that. And the triple flip later was much better. A little bit more flow you can use on the landing, of course.
I thought it was interesting as we saw the flying entry, the coaches behind the shot, as we see parts of the step sequence, could you see the coaches reacting to every element, comprehending the implications probably on the score or how it compares to the skater's practice. Just some fun chance to see the coaches behind the shot analyzing mid-performance as we see change set spin here in at a level 3, and that's something that we're seeing as a recurring theme, less level 4s assigned to the spins for the skaters as they adapt to the new criteria. But what I was really impressed with Furkan's performance was his expressive abilities, and as a vast generalization, there are many teenage males who are reluctant to showcase their emotions, and I think it's great when they
the neat thing is he was kind of balanced skater. He's pretty good technically and pretty good in the program components, so a good base to build from and improve all those aspects as he moves forward. Short program score is 57.58. His personal best is 54.13, so he's beaten that. A good start to this competitive season for Furkan, and he finds himself currently into 5th place. Final competitor of group number 2, Mark.
Yes, the 17-year-old born in Toronto, David Bondar.
And this is his 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. He was 8th in Junior Nationals last season, greatly improved in his consistency and competitive readiness, at least to this point, and hope that carries through on the short program. Wow, what an improvement
Yes.
this young man has made. We've watched him over the last couple of years, and I've seen him when he first came on. So inconsistent and so lack of confidence.
Yes.
Yet a good skater, but now
Well, it's interesting you mentioned it. You probably you're more akin to David skating as a Canadian skater. I just remember seeing him last year in Istanbul and thinking, oh, what a shame that he struggled to have some self-belief and apparent self-confidence, and yet absolutely transformative as Coach Lee Barkel greets him off the ice. And even just here at the opening of the program, the assurity seems so. I was much more confident before he even did his first jump that he was going to be okay.
this is a very confident skater right now as we take a look at the lift straight up on that triple axel. Just beautiful. Lee Barkel's done a wonderful job in building the confidence of this young man. And for David to have the patience to allow the journey to continue.
Yes.
To seek, because you can get impatient and just never make the changes you need to. There's the triple Lutz, flow between, triple toe loop. So nicely done. Plus GOE on that of 0.93.
And actually, the first two spins were probably the fastest that we've seen. Struggled a little bit through the change combo spin. But I thought here, Juris Raskalaev listed as choreographer. There's some great choreo. Even just that little touch with the free leg in the air, slightly different. Use of the different parts of the blade within the step. I thought the program choreography was different. And I admire that from Juris, that we don't see the same movement all the time.
He was a pretty much standard skater without anything completely unique or innovative, and we're starting to see that shine through the small moments, plus the consistency technically. There's a young man that's made significant improvement, but over a longer period of time, not a short period of time. So congratulations to David and to Coach Lee Barkel, to Juris as well, for all the fine work you put into David.
It's actually because I saw Lee and Mike Slipchuk both with him, and before he went on the ice, and I thought, well, I've seen those people, that support network behind this skater almost 12 months ago in Istanbul. We don't know what's happened in the off season, but whatever has happened has been good.
Yeah, it's been great. His personal best is 60.30.
Oh, it's going to be.
And we should see that beaten here with a 68.35. And that put David currently to fourth place. I think we've seen improvement in the choreography and whatnot. There still needs to be a little bit more to
Skating skill,
the top.
probably.
Yeah, exactly. But what a great job by David Bondar of Canada. Okay.
It's been a great start to the men's event.
It has been fantastic. How many triple axles? I think there's been 7 attempts. That's just awesome.
Really exciting start.
Get that list out. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes. So as we look at the results of the first 12 competitors, we can take a look at the upcoming videos that we can enjoy during this ice resurface. So chance to hear from the winner last week in Riga, Sena Takahashi, and then insight into the must-watch series. So Ted and I have been involved in just making a recap of the performances from last week in Riga, and then chance finally to watch the Budapest backstage antics from last year's Junior Grand Prix series.
Good content, lots of fun. Enjoy. We'll be back.
おめでとうございます. Congratulations, your first Junior Grand Prix, your win here. How do you feel?
まさか優勝すると思ってなかったので、すごく嬉しいです。
Fantastic, fantastic. So, you train alongside Mao Shimada and Ikura Kushida, and we could see they were here supporting you. Is it an inspiration to have such great training mates?
すごく素晴らしい人気をもらっているので、感謝しながら頑張りたいです。
And we're interested to know what your next event will be. The Junior Grand Prix in Gdansk in Poland. And do you have any goals for the rest of the season?
今シーズンは自分らしく今後も頑張りたいです。
Fantastic. So I'm going to try. I'll see if I can remember. Ganbatte kodasai? Ganbatte kodasai. ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Hello everyone, welcome to our very first episode of Must Watch. We're here in Riga, Latvia, week one of the Junior Grand Prix 2024. I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanruddy. We're going to first of all talk a little bit about the champions here in Riga. What about the pairs and dance?
We've just witnessed the win of Noemi Mariatali and Noa Lafornara, who are the first Italian ice dance team to win gold at the Junior Grand Prix in 17 years. And they gave us a chat afterwards and they explained a little bit of a key to their success perhaps insofar as they have run 7 run-throughs in one day. That's their record, and that's an indication of how hard-working they are, and so therefore very deserving of the success that they enjoyed here.
I heard them say that 7 run-throughs. I couldn't believe it. 7 run-throughs?
And for those that are listening that do run-throughs, they'll know that's insane. Back-to-back run-throughs, the double run-throughs would probably strike the fear of anything into most skaters. To do 7 is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's incredible. Let's move on to the women. Mao Shimada from Japan wins another Junior Grand Prix event, of course. She's had so much success over the past 2 years, 2-time world junior champion. So it's really quite remarkable. And I thought, in watching the practice sessions, would she be able to maintain that type of intensity and desire? She's already won 2 world championships, and she's got to come back to juniors in another year. And she did. She was absolutely brilliant in the short program, had a couple of mistakes in the free program with the triple axel going down and the quad toe as well. The rest was absolutely outstanding, so she's back on track for sure. What about the pairs?
Well, the pairs event was won by Zhang and Huang, Chinese team, and we've seen such an amazing Chinese dynasty that has been in the senior events, but we haven't seen a Chinese team do so successfully in the juniors, and that's a really exciting thing for the future of that discipline in that country.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance by them, and they were thrilled with that, of course. And the pairs event itself was much better, much stronger, much deeper.
Yeah, excited to see how that will evolve over the next 6 weeks.
Now, in the men's, we had Sena Takahashi from Japan, won with a 2:29.66, 14 years old. He just stormed onto the Junior Grand Prix scene. It was incredible. He's powerful, he's fast, he's ever so quick, and what a personality as well.
And he just seemed so confident being the last skater, and he just seemed so assured in the knowledge that he was going to go clean again and take the title.
And the reaction and the kiss and cry just sort of said it all. You'll take a look at that, that's for sure. Now let's talk a little bit about our must-watches, your favorite performances other than the champions.
Well, for me, it's always interesting to see new skaters, and the performance by Anna Gerke from Germany really impressed me, not just because of the quality that she showcased, but also because we were able to see an insight into the warm-up, which was not good. And this 13-year-old then went out and absolutely delivered, and I just was really impressed and excited to see a new skater on the scene and one with such quality.
And I'll take one here, Nikita Shaiko of Israel in the short program. He skated to Schindler's List. And although we've seen that number, we've heard that music many times, some people make it special. And that just gave me chills. It was heavenly. It was angelic. It was whatever you want to classify that as. It was very special. Particularly watch the end of the program and that knee slide right at the end, bringing it to the last note. It was very special and something you'll want to see.
And then for me, the performance of Yoshida and Ogahara, a Japanese junior ice dance team, one of the youngest teams in the event. And what made that interesting was because they'd taken a Japanese anime piece and they'd styled it out, the costumes were styled, everything about it was so conscientiously delivered. And it's exciting to see our sport have a whole new framework, a whole new theme, a whole new concept, and hopefully that'll attract more and more fans towards the sport.
That was so much fun. That was so independent, individual, innovative. There's something special, that's for sure. And what a brilliant program that Kathy Reed made of that, that's for sure. And for me, Genrik Gartung of Germany, technically skated lights out. He did a quad Lutz, he did triple axels. He was amazing, and he moved himself way up in the ranks in that. So that was outstanding. On the other side of the spectrum, of course, Anthony Parody from Canada, writing his own script in life, something absolutely unique and different, something special. He may or may not ever win a medal. I don't know, we'll see. He is challenged a little bit technically at this stage, but creatively, it comes totally from his heart and his soul, and that's something very special to watch. Any last thoughts?
Yeah, completely corroborate all that you've just said, and hopefully that will have excited all the competitors that are yet to perform over the next 6 weeks, and we just can't wait to see what's to come.
Yeah, we're not only going to talk about the champions, but those special performances, those special moments, those special young athletes we're going to mention here on Must Watch. That's it from Riga, week number 1.
I like chocolate and I like wafers.
Yes.
I go to my room because I need to eat.
We will be just happy.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ostrava, Czech Republic. Day one of competition here. The first event, group number 3, about to take to the ice. I'm Ted Bart along with Mark Hanratty. And during the traditional question period, it's sort of like, at school, the question period. The questions come in, which is awesome. So we thank all the fans. And these are some really, really good questions as we await for group number 3 to take to the ice for their warm-up. Mark, what do we got?
Yeah, we really do have some great questions, and I'm not quite sure actually where to start because there are so many that I can't fit them all in. Actually, I didn't mention this to you off air, Ted, but the first one that came in from @IceSkate Lexi, Paralympic inspiration. Is it possible to do para skating? Is it in the Winter Para Games? So I don't know all the ins and outs. My only awareness is in the UK there's the inclusive skating, and I do understand, I think that there's an inclusive skating world championships. Certainly there is a British championships, and I think it's wonderful to see that happening, and I know there's a great initiative certainly within the UK from people that are involved in the sport to support inclusive skating with people that have different abilities.
Yeah, that's an initiative by the ISU to develop the inclusive skating into, regular type of avenue, if you will. I know different federations or different countries have different programs. We have a Special Olympics program for skating, and clubs across the country have, the opportunity for Special Olympians to come in. But from an international perspective, the inclusive skating is an initiative by the ISU who've been doing a really good job with that. And not easy. It's a complicated process for certainly safety,
yes,
and all of that,
Yeah, certainly. I've worked with some skaters that are visually impaired or blind, and as you say, the facilitation of that is tricky if you've got an ice surface shared with others. So it's just it takes increased logistics to make it
logistics and commitment by the people involved, right? For sure, yeah. What else?
And the next question, if you could get on same question, same Instagram handle. If you could get on the ice today and perfectly complete an element, what would it be?
Standing without falling. No, it would be good. I always loved the Lutz. I was a good Lutz skater. Like, I love the acceleration on the knee bend and the deep outside edge, and then the launch into space. I love the feeling of that, really not feeling like you were actually trying very hard because the momentum was doing it for you. So it would be like the triple Lutz, something like that, or whatever, or perhaps the double. Maybe a single's good. I don't know. But
well,
I like the
the question is posed if you could. Well, in that case, if I could.
Okay, if I could. Okay, I'd go with the quad Lutz.
I only ever attempted one quad. I think if I could do anything, it would be nice to land a quad, because I can't say I ever did that. So, but the reality of that happening now is 0. Anyway,
well, the twizzles are good. We saw those last
I could do
night
quad rotation twizzles where I stay firmly planted and secured to the ice. Next question, which is a really interesting one from @Chloe_Muir. Why are the men's scores factored differently to the women's and the pairs? Is that likely to change? So we mentioned this, I think, a little bit earlier on in this competition. So as we touched on, through the Figure Skating Basics series produced by the International Skating Union, which will be released soon, we're just touching on some understandings of different aspects to the sport for those that are less involved.
Some very basic understands. Yeah, go ahead.
And so we filmed it yesterday, and it will be released, I'm sure, soon, but we're trying to explain the differences between the technical element score and the program component score, which is what you may hear us discussing in the broadcast. And for the men, their technical element score is a standard, and that's all the points are very clearly assigned to each of the elements. The program component scores for them are factored by a different number, and that has been because in the men's event they are more likely to include quadruple jumps, and so their technical element score is often and regularly higher. And the idea is that the program component scores, the more aesthetic aspect of our sport, is even with the tech score and the program component scores, and so the men have been factored to try to even out the importance of both. And as to whether or not that will change, that is more likely to change, I imagine, when the tech score of the women planned program content is more comparable.
The system was always built to be a sliding scale if you needed. So that was built on not comparing men to women. It wasn't. It was the men's event, it was the women's event. And those were balanced to be equal between the technical elements and the PCs, which is what you just said. So it's difficult when people do compare the women and say, well, why can't, et cetera. That's why my question a little earlier, how interesting would it be to have an event? You'd have to rejig the scoring, of course, but have an event where the men competed against women? Would people like that? Would they find it interesting? I think they would find it interesting in the beginning, right? So I think your point is that the factors are different because we wanted to equalize the technical element score and the PCs in men separate from women.
It's an interesting one that we could go on with forever, but I'm going to move on. Let's not. From at Kate.Lenahan, do the program requirements differ for juniors and seniors, and how do they adjust the programs? Well, this year for the juniors in the singles discipline, the solo jump is a flip version, and in the seniors it's more free choice, and the spin criteria are slightly more restricted with the juniors.
And the reason for that is that the rules around the juniors are to help the juniors develop skills. If you left it free, probably the guys would never do a camel spin.
Yeah.
Right? So because they're harder from flexibility perspective as you're growing up, et cetera, et cetera. So they put requirements in there to ensure that the juniors are developing the skills, and every year it sort of changes. So and that doesn't happen in senior, they're all pretty much grown up, and so, okay, it's open and free.
And that's why we've seen in these first two groups already some of the skaters that are less technically competent having to include the triple flip perhaps earlier than they would have.
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
required.
Yeah.
And I can maybe just sneak in another one. Any chance of a Junior Grand Prix coming to Australia or New Zealand? Still sad that the four continents in 2023 had to change locations.
Well, in fact, we went to Brisbane 2017, I think it was. Maybe, I'm not sure. That was a wonderful competition. It was great. We haven't been to New Zealand yet. I think it's only been once in Australia. It could have been twice. Somebody out there might know. I've only been there once on the Junior Grand Prix. We've been doing this for 11 years. So, yeah, I know there's always a chance, but there's a process by people to apply, a federation to apply through the ISU, and there's a form and all that. So everybody has the opportunity to apply. But look at this year. We're in Europe, and then we're in Asia. We're in Bangkok, then we go back to Turkey, then we go back to Europe, then we go to China. So we're all over the world. So of course there's opportunity.
Yeah, and it's great that the sport can do that, and it's wonderful that the different federations do apply to host these Junior Grand Prix to facilitate these skaters competing across the world and representing their nation at this level.
Yeah, and showing the sport to different developing skating countries. Okay, here we go.
And talking of different skating nations, obviously we're here in Ostrava in the Czech Republic. So what an opportunity thus for this next skater, Jan Valtera, the first of the Czech skaters.
This is his very first Junior Grand Prix event here at home. So maybe some nerves. I don't know. We'll see. He'll skate to Time by Pink Floyd.
Jan Valtera completes his short program at his first Junior Grand Prix assignment.
I'm not sure that I heard time from Pink Floyd in there. Did you?
No, I didn't either, no.
So I'm going, and I checked the bio and it's 2024, 20. So I'm going, I don't know what happened.
Difficult fall on that triple flip. And again, co-aligning with what we suggested as V-Season fans about some of the skaters being pushed to do the triple flip perhaps earlier because of the criteria this year, and that may be the...
They have a choice to do double if they wish, right? So, but they want to obviously go. This is a great learning ground. Why not? Go for it. Here's the double axel, top of the program. Has to do a 3-turn after, just on a bit of a lean as we take a look. Here's the triple toe loop. He was planning a triple toe, over-rotated the first triple toe. The foot goes down, nullifies the second one, which he didn't even attempt in that case. And here is the flip. Let's take a look and see what happens here. Too far back on the heels, free leg forward, has to take the fall, really close to the board, so that was awkward. Already behind the music, of course, Mark.
Yeah, but I really appreciated the strength of the arms on both the takeoff of the flip and the toe. Really, obviously clear comprehension of the technique that he wants to use as we have a look at the step sequence and just chance to see how many of these difficult turns are called as clean. So the technical panel just seeing the quality of the edge set, and chance now to see the sit behind feature and that difficult exit within the final change foot sit spin, and that came in at a level 3. But good to see the smile.
Yeah, and he's going to set his personal best in the ISU competitions. His first time out, of course. So good experience gained.
And love to see that. Klara Pavlovchikova, coach in the kiss and crying, both she and Jan smiling. And I almost admire that all the more when it's been a difficult skate. Glad to see the perspective.
Yep. It's the start of his journey, not midway through, not the end, just the start. 38.06 for Jan. That'll put him currently into 13th place. Well, a competitor competed last week in Riga where he was 15th.
Yeah, how will Hugo Bostedt from Sweden cope with the competitions back-to-back? Hopefully inspired and motivated from some of the disappointment of last week to channel that now on route, we hope, a new personal best. much better than a week ago, and wonderful to hear Irina Magarova applauding him and tapping the barrier. You could almost hear her actually throughout the performance. It just picked up on the microphones when he was holding each spin position. Time to get out, time to get out.
It's funny, you can recognize the person clapping or yelling or whatever. Yeah, much better than last week, of course. We'll see what the score is. He has a 51.57 personal best, and he's looking to beat that, and he will here with this program.
And it's we referenced last week the Don Quixote, perhaps not the natural stylistic choice, but the work that has been done to showcase improved components, very evident and much easier for the judges now.
Look at
when
the
he's delivered.
lift on that triple Lutz, pushing way up into the air. Great flow between great extensions.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's hard when there's that much elevation to control.
There's the double axel, a little bit of skid on the takeoff, gets that done. A nice little sort of kick at the end. Building that for the triple axel to come down the road, I'm sure. Here's the triple flip. Good lift, great height.
Amazing.
Too far forward on the landing a little bit, but wow, great technique.
A bit higher risk reward when you've got jumps that are that high, as you see the change of edge feature within the change sit spin. Such huge elevation, which when it's successful, as the triple lutz triple toe was, the grade of execution will definitely improve. And that's actually now that opening combo, the highest value element that Hugo has ever done, certainly at an ISU event. And he's had a few Junior Grand Prix assignments, and he's always been in the teen places, wanting to try push towards a top 10 placement.
Yeah, that first element earned him 11.53 points. Not to be, the base value was 10.10, but he adds a 1.43. So what a great start to that short program, and we'll see a personal best score. His season's best is 50.01. He'll beat that by a lot.
Yes, and you know, after the disappointment and difficulty of last week, it's great to see that Hugo has come out with no despondency, and also to see that his coach looks so invested and committed to probably showcasing the hard work of the off-season, because last week didn't reflect that.
Interesting choice, going back-to-back the first 2 weeks of the Junior Grand Prix. Not usual.
And I think that's because Kasper Johansson is injured, so we wish him all the best.
Season best at 62.05, and that'll put Hugo Bostedt from Sweden currently into 6th place. There you go. Thumbs up, absolutely. 2 thumbs up.
and another handshake.
And a handshake. Lots going on.
On the ice, representing Lithuania, Daniel Korabelnik.
So I don't think anybody had competed in back-to-back assignments in the first 2 groups, and yet both of these skaters have. Daniel Korabelnik, the Lithuanian 17-year-old.
17th last week.
Well, we've just seen Hugo Bostedt being able to enjoy back-to-back performances and seemingly being able to embrace the fact that he was able to have redemption here. Daniel Korabelnik obviously struggling with the back-to-back competition assignments.
Yeah, you can see him sort of shaking that off, like not pleased at all with what transpired in this short program, and really did not have control on his body position in the air right from the start of the program, and then just got a little bit disappointed all the way through the program. There's a triple Lutz, looked good in the air, and just put his hand down, going to put his hand down, slips off the front of the blade, takes the fall. Now he's carrying that disappointment throughout the program. Slide into the triple flip, which is on a lean, slips off the forward part of the blade again. You got to keep that back really strong. You keep the back strong and straight, and even if you're off lean, chances are you're going to be able to save that jump. Now here is an example of really nice camel spin. Back inside edge, goes up under the heel. There's a feature, keeps it nicely centered. So this is a strong element, and this is a positive GOE on this level 4 change combination spin. Double axle gets that done.
Yeah, and it's just understandably so frustrating for Daniel, because obviously he has competed last week. He spent the entire off-season working towards these Junior Grand Prix assignments, and he fell on the triple Lutz in the short program last week in Riga, and so I'm sure that would have been something he was desperately keen to nail at the top of this program, and unfortunately you can just see that the mistake on the opening jump paved the way for a difficult performance there afterwards. And a big lesson for Daniel now in learning how to cope with the frustration of an opening mistake early in a program.
It's true. We talked about, asking Jason Brown about what happens. How do you get past in the program? How do you get past a mistake and a disappointment? And then in your career, how do you do that as well? Like a disappointing year, how do you come back? So let's take a look at the scores. It's a 36.58. His personal best is a 46. So he's 10 points shy of his personal best. That'll put Daniel currently in the 15th place. As you can tell, the audience. Go ahead, Mark.
Yes, the audience supporting another skater from the host nation. We saw his brother, Nikolajs Vaclavik, perform last week in Riga. We will see his sister later in the competition in the ice dance event. But for now, it's Tadeas Vaclavik.
New
is fractionally behind the music to conclude this short program for Tadeas Vaclavik.
Pretty good spinner. You know, a really nice camel spin. We'll take a look at some of those in the replay. Good jump technique as well. A little easier content, of course, the triple flip, the double axel, and triple sow, triple toe loop. It was the intention. It ended up to be triple sow, double toe loop, but the mechanics of the technique is very good.
Yes, and this, a skater who broke his ankle last year, so therefore unable to compete on the Junior Grand Prix. Great to see him back from that injury, recovered. Just to watch the tap of the free put there, forcing the judges to go down in the grade of execution, despite the good quality of takeoff.
A nice flow off that running edge. May want to gain a little bit more height across the ice, but still good basics. Here's triple sow, look really solid. Gets the free leg back and doesn't pop it into the triple. Don't know why. Pick was maybe a little bit off on the timing. And here's some of the steps.
Yeah, and actually, you can see the angle of the edge set. Impressive. Showcasing good multi-dimensional movement. That feature, wow, characteristic for the judges when it comes to giving in good component scores.
Nice camel position. Good speed. You're looking at slow motion here. And he maintains good speed and good center as well. Oh, that's so difficult, that position for the guys, you know.
You can feel his thigh was. Good to see the cross toe spin, that a feature that not many use.
Yeah.
And interestingly, Tadeas last year switched from representing Slovakia to the Czech Republic. His mum is from the Czech Republic. And as I said, we will see his sister debuting in the ice dance.
Talk about a family affair, eh? All three skating competitively internationally. Wow.
The parents' anxiety levels every week.
Yeah, exactly. The score is 52.19, and that sets his personal best on the ISU Junior Grand Prix, of course, and that'll put him currently into 9th place. Good start for this young man. A little delay here.
And the skaters encouraged to sit in the kiss and cry.
Yeah.
And now to the 14-year-old Aiden Yin Fan Loo, who skates in the blue ice skating rink in the Paradigm Mall.
He'll skate a short program to Assassin's Creed.
Aiden Yin Fan Loo, he obviously comes to Ostrava with a different experience than so many of the other competitors. Great to see him acknowledging the audience here and embracing the opportunity to perform. Oh, well done.
Yeah, and you can clearly see this young man's at a certain stage of development early on. Just the basic skating skills are a little bit of a struggle, and so therefore all the jump elements under-rotated, but he's trying them. That's the first step, of course, along the way. As we see the double salchow landing forward, all these will be downgraded, of course. He gets up into the double toe loop, gets all the way around, so that's good that he tacked that on, although it won't count. And there's the double flip, landing forward as well. Arms are down a little bit, but you can see if you don't have enough skating skills early on, then the jumps are more difficult because you come in cautiously, out of position, those types of things. That's not a criticism, it's an analysis where this young man is at his development. Very, very early on and learning to compete, learning those skills. So that's okay. He's here to gain some experience.
And you know, as I look to try and find information on Aiden, he doesn't have competitive experience, and he essentially represents so much for his ice rink. I was looking up the Blue Ice Rink skating rink in the Paradigm Mall in Malaysia, and they have a mission to bring the magic of winter to a tropical country. And their vision at that rink is to create a world-class winter wonderland in a tropical setting. So how wonderful that, you know, they're mindful of the fact that ice skating isn't, you know, a commonplace thing in that skating nation, and how wonderful that he's proudly wearing the flag.
And it has to start somewhere, and it has to start with someone. And this young man is here with others who we've seen from Malaysia that are putting the effort out to learn to skate and then go out and compete. Even though they're not competitive yet at an international standard, you have to set the example for the next generation back at home. And this young man is doing that. So congratulations on the Federation of Malaysia for the efforts that they're making, the vision that they have, and these young skaters for having the courage to come out.
Yeah, total. Like, Aiden Yin Fan Loo and his coach will know what's the likely standard here, and well done for having the bravery and courage to showcase where he's at on his stage to get towards the best.
Exactly. 16.31 for Aiden, and that'll put him currently into 17th place.
On the ice, representing Austria, Tobia Oellerer.
And now to the 18-year-old Tobia Oellerer.
And he has a season's or personal best 53.12 in the short program, but that was 2 years ago he earned that. He'll skate to I Love Your Smile by Charlie Winston.
Tobia Oellerer, a skater who's just focusing on coming back from injury, which ruled him out of last season. So happy, he said, to be back competing again. And it wasn't what we saw in practice. We saw a gorgeous triple lutz, triple toe in practice, but nevertheless, when you take into consideration the fact that he's back competing again, all in all.
And what I like is his freedom to perform. Like, he didn't hold back at all. He's kind of got his own innovative style and freedom of performance, and he'll explore that and grow that, of course. Kind of neat steps right off the top of the program. Here's a look at the triple flip, and that is clean in the judges' systems. That was nicely done with a plus GOE. Here's the triple lutz, and that looked like a 2-foot landing. It's just under review at the moment. So pretty good start.
Yeah, and there was great transitional content into this double axel. I'm not sure about the rotation on it. Again, a little tighter than in practice, which, given the understanding of the injury that he had, you can understand why there would be some reservation. But Tobia had explained that he spent the summer working with Eva Martinek and Victor Pfeiffer in the United States of America, and they're brilliant coaches, and he described that as a wonderful experience as we see that combination of turns.
You got to get back on the horse and get out there and compete and learn where you're at, and then start to assess and then plot your course as you move forward. So you've got to get out. He did. It's a good start back.
And this will be Tobia's last junior season, so great that he's getting a chance to have one more junior season after that injury to try to utilize all the opportunities this presents before then moving on to the senior ranks.
53.12 is his personal best. He'll fall short of that, of course, but we'll see where that score ends up for him to move back into competition after his injury and sort of rehabilitation, not only with the injury, but rehabilitation, getting acclimatized to practicing and competing.
It's such an art in itself, being competition ready. It's one thing being able to deliver under practice, which I'm lucky. I feel grateful that I was able to report back about that brilliant triple lutz, triple toe in practice. So the whole other thing in competition, and that will develop as the season progresses.
It is. There's an element of calm in practice and comfort. You like to skate and you like to practice and you like doing those things. So but you add that moment of pressure, and everyone deals with it a little bit differently. Some get tighter, some get stiffer knees, some gets wobbly knees, some get heart racing, some, so everybody's a little bit different, and learning how to absorb that. And somebody had said before, early in the career, you want to have your butterflies fly in formation.
Yeah.
Fly together, right? Not all over the place, right? So, yeah.
I actually think that Tobia is the kind of skater. He looks like he will be a great performer when he's given more. I imagine he'll raise his game.
No, he skates free, that's for sure. Short program score 47.68. That'll put Tobia currently into 12th place. And group number 4 stands by the boards as the gate opens and they enter their 6-minute practice. I'm going to stand up here, Mark, and get some blood running through these legs as you go through the questions. Let's go. What's up?
And so I return to the questions, and again, just thanks to all those that have reached out to the International Skating Union on their social media channel to pose some questions. And one of the questions coming in from @must_Marta. What is both of your favorite countries where you have been?
I don't know if we should do that because we might be banned from the other countries.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Oh gosh. You for skating? Because I went to Kenya this summer and that was pretty cool. Okay.
Well, actually, I suppose
skating.
it's interesting. You've traveled. I mean, for those that don't know, Ted, you have one of the most traveled ice skating aficionados because of your involvement with the new judging system and the introduction that you gave to the world of skating by traveling across the globe to present that, plus the Junior Grand Prix, plus a lifetime in the sport. So you have arguably been in more countries certainly than most, but then you had to go to Kenya. That was a holiday choice because
no, I know
no rigs.
So I went to I was born in New Zealand, in Auckland, and I'm Canadian though. And I went back to New Zealand on several occasions for seminars as we were implementing the judging system back in the early 2000s. That is a spectacularly beautiful, amazing country that feels like when you go there, one of those special locations in the world that, although some people have been there, many people have been there, it's not been yet discovered. No, it has been discovered, obviously, but it is spectacular. So that is a very special location. Of course, also having been born there, right, helps as well. But not to everywhere is. I mean, I love Japan. Japan's amazing, and the visit to China, I love that. I walked on the Great Wall of China, and it was just snowing. It was just fresh, and it was so spectacularly beautiful. And to learn the history, you just go, mankind's pretty amazing. When you think of the things they built around the world. So, okay, I digress. But I love everywhere I go.
How interesting, though, that we
except for last year in Bangkok, my first time to Bangkok. I'll tell the story. I was, long flights, and I was tired. I had a little rest. I went out. I thought, I'll go look at the little markets around. And it's busy, and it's hot, and it's humid, and I'm walking around, and I go across the bridge. I go back to the hotel, and I'm standing on a street corner, and there's 30 people around me. We're all waiting for the light to change, and all of a sudden, these 30 people disappear. And I'm standing there almost by myself. I'm going, well, what happened? And I look down, and there's a 12-foot python snake coming towards me, that corner. So I immediately bolted over to the other side, got my camera out, and took the picture of that python snake.
So safe space.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Okay, carry on.
It's interesting, though, that we, when you've traveled all over the world, that you would still reference perhaps the place that you're born. We kind of reference back to that which we come from. And I think for me, in terms of skating experiences, I consider myself really lucky over the last 2 years to have been able to commentate at the World Championships.
Yes, yeah.
And in Montreal, it was just such an incredible atmosphere. And equally the year before in Saitama, Japan, the energy. And that's something I suppose as we talk about the Junior Grand Prix, I don't want to make it all about us, but as we talk about the Junior Grand Prix and the skaters that are on our screen now, we can report back that the atmosphere of being at a Senior World Championships is quite incredible. And this is an incredible arena that we're in here in Ostrava, capable of hosting IC Championships. How wonderful it is for the skaters to be here. We hope that they all perhaps go on to experience an arena like this, full to the rafters with supportive skating audiences. That would be amazing.
Yeah, and not exactly on topic, but I've had the privilege to be at 5 Olympic Games and I don't know how many, 20, 25 World Championships. I love the Junior Grand Prix because this is where the raw passion of the sport and all the different ranges of people around the world trying to learn figure skating, competitive figure skating. It is a very, very special environment, and we are blessed and we're lucky to be here, I think, Mark, and privileged, and we have a great sense of responsibility, I think. Yeah. Okay, what's
well, on the back of that sense of responsibility, it's an interesting question that's come from @Rouco on off ice. What do you think about adult skating? And interestingly,
okay, I love that.
Yeah, because we're so often referencing the very, very elite, and we're treated to the brilliance of these coaches and the young skaters with their elite skating. But for me also, the adult skating community can sometimes be very different, although many do aspire to be elite. The adult skating community can often have a very different approach because these are skaters who have busy lives, who maybe have children, who have jobs. But from my experience, the adult skating community is so passionate about the act of skating, and anybody that loves skating, I love anybody that loves skating.
look, I love going fishing. I get out there and I'm by myself, or there's bears around, maybe with another person, but I'm out there. I just love doing that. Adult skaters go to the rink like I go to the river. That is their place of peace, whether they're doctors or lawyers or own businesses or whatever it is. And I love to see, talk about courage. If you've never really skated before, and those skaters go out there, it's amazing to go in an adult competition. You're not going to see the brilliant skating that we hear at juniors or seniors. It's not the issue. It's the issue of a human being on the ice trying something that's hard and very difficult, but they have a feeling about it. They have a freedom on that ice, and to see that raw love of doing an activity is really special. So I love adult skating, even though I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. And actually, adult skating, when they have the event in Oberstdorf, the equivalent of the Adult World Championships, the atmosphere and the support is incredible.
It's incredible. And I say I wouldn't do it because I don't have the courage that they have. That's why. Okay, up next, let's go. Group number 4. Day 1 here in Ostrava. Mark?
And now, again, what a wonderful insight into the final parting wisdom. Great coaches supporting their student as Nikolajs Krivoseja takes the ice.
Yeah, first Junior Grand Prix event, relatively new to international competition. Some more experience to be gained here in the Czech Republic as he takes the spot. To skate to sorry seems to be the hardest word.
What am I gonna do to make you love me? What am I gonna do to make you? What do I do when lightning strikes me? And the way you find your love. What do I do to make you want me? What am I gonna do to be hurt? What do I stand there in sorrow? Silence seems to be the hardest word.
Well, that, I think, is a fantastic skate for Nikolajs Krivoseja, a skater who, when I was researching, had only appeared to jump triple sal and triple toe in competition. So then when we didn't see a flip in the performance to the latter stages, I assumed it would be a double, and yet managed to land, I think, his first clean triple flip in competition.
Yeah, and you could see him take the time to get down on the knees on that takeoff, and he held that position, didn't let the shoulders rotate around, and then just, popped himself straight up in the air. So he was in control in the air, a little open, but you can see congratulations from his coach. And yeah, that's great when you get those performances that you work so hard for and are a little bit elusive.
And he didn't compete in Riga last week, but at the rink that he trains at. So hopefully watching as we see him step up into double axel and inspired by what took place.
And here is the triple salchow. Free leg comes around, pretty straight in the air, good speed on the landing, up into the double toe loop. That looks like it could be a triple toe loop pretty soon. And here's just some of the steps. The twizzle in the opposite direction, which is not easy for anyone. And here's the triple flip. Gets the free leg back, nicely done.
And I just didn't expect, having looked on the skating scores to see what he's done previously, and I don't think I'd seen a triple flip. So then to put it later, and the benefit of the leaving that jump late in the program is that he will receive an extra 10% of the value, because placing the jump late in the program is deemed more difficult and rewarded.
It is. It's physically more and psychologically more demanding as well. You're taking a risk, but you get the gain, right? So there it is. Just his final pose coming up right in here. Nicely done.
And from the events that he's done in Europe, he's had sort of mid-40s in the short program scores. His coaches are such friendly, wonderful coaches. Shaping hearts. Yay, thank you. Promoting positivity, and what wonderfully positive coaches that they are. He's had, as I say, sort of mid-40s in his short program score at events in Europe. And I think this is going to be a significant personal best, and I love to see that.
He doesn't actually have an international junior Grand Prix personal best. And this will be it. The 53.12.
Olga looks happy.
All right. And that'll put him currently into 9th place. Great job, great result. What a great moment.
We love smiley people in the kissing room.
Representing Andorra, Raul Garcia Shinbaia.
And now to Raul Garcia Shinbaia.
Third junior Grand Prix season, competed in Linz and Budapest last season. 46.61, his personal best in Linz last year, and he'll skate to Singing in the Rain.
Raul Garcia Shinbaia at the end of his short program. I think the same music that he had last year. Love the music, love the program on him, love his outside spread eagle. But a skater that had an ice rink closure for 3 months in the summer, plus an ankle injury, so hasn't had the optimal preparation, but has acknowledged how excited he is to be here.
Yeah, sometimes you have to come into a competition just with what you've got, because life takes you on such different roads and along the journey that you've got to just keep looking forward. And those skaters that lose the rink or have an injury, and everyone does.
Yeah.
There's always something for everyone. So it's not just for a few. There's the double axel, good lift, gets the free leg back right into that spread
how he
eagle.
disguised that wild landing with his spread eagle.
Yeah. And here is a look at the triple Salchow. That was nice. Too far forward on the landing, unfortunately, so he lost his momentum, but good technique and double flip a little bit later in the program. Hands above the head. I'm sure the triple's not far behind.
Yeah.
And maybe, he could have done a little bit more with the step sequence. He's going through it kind of, without any highlights, I would say, but that will come.
Yeah, I think perhaps the ice rink closure and the injury has curtailed his preparation. I love the little hop as a difficult exit. I think less presentation than I remember, if I'm correct.
Yes,
I think it was a little bit more emotive last season.
Yep.
And there's this man, the kiss and cry. So hopefully now getting the short program done at this point. I think first event in the season for Raul Garcia Shinbaia. So hopefully the free skate he'll be freed up to perform that little bit more. It's a completely different music choice at Notre Dame de Paris for the free skate. So a different kind of performance energy as he's joined by coach Daniel Benado.
And it's 46.61, his personal best. And he'll be looking to try to get close to that score. And here it is, the short program for Raul. 42.67. And that'll put Raul currently into 14th place. Adam Hagara still in the first place, and Minkyu Seo from Korea in second. And third place, Tamir Kuperman. They were early on in the competition, and they've maintained their position, Mark.
Yes, as we look now to Jakub Tykal, the 14-year-old. His older sister is also competing this week in Ostrava. Dance All Over Me by George Ezra, the music. Well, a rousing applause from the fans in Ostrava for Jakub Tykal, who's smiling now more than he has in the performance, perhaps relieved to have delivered just a double three turn and then landing the double axel, but otherwise,
what a
high
nice
five performance.
What a nice job by 14-year-old Jakub. Nice and tidy with his technique. We take a look at some of the elements in the program. Good strong back, good posture, Mark. We often talk about how important that is. Here's the triple flip off the top of the program, nice and tight and quick in the air. That was well done. And here is the triple toe loop, double toe combination. I'm sure that's a triple on most days.
And just an efficient, well trained, just a little mistake here in the axle.
Yeah, kind of over-rotated with the upper body a little bit. Had to do a 3-turn out. I like the sliding knee move.
And as we see the combination of turns in the step sequence, good edge set. That exit from the spin that we saw, again, the changes that I keep referencing in the spin criteria this year, the idea and rationale for that was to increase variety for the fans of the sport, and great to see Jakub getting his fist bump from coach Andre Ozturk. Andre, an incredibly busy coach in Bergamo alongside the school of coaches there, working with not just some of the best pair skaters in the world, but also the single skaters up and coming too. And the team in Bergamo so open to embracing skaters from all different skating nations, and I think that's fantastic.
Well, it's a score of 51.58, and that puts Jakub currently into 12th place. They look both pretty happy with that score and that performance. Good start to the competition. And there is our next competitor, Mark.
Yes, Taiga Nishino, the 14-year-old from Yokohama.
14 seems to be the age of many of these skaters. He was 5th in junior and 30th in senior at the Japanese Nationals. He'll skate to Smile by Michael Bublé.
Well, last week, Sena Takahashi
Yeah.
amazed us. This week, Taiga Nishino, who we saw last year in the Junior Grand Prix in Austria, but this time immeasurably improved and the best running edge, I think, on the landing of the triple axel that we have seen thus far.
A bit of a surprise. I mean, we know a little bit about him, but boy, did he ever take the ice. And you take a look at his top score was 49.65, earning that back in Austria. Well, he's going to destroy that score right now and challenge for the upper echelon in this competition. There's the triple axel. Great distance and height and flow on the landing. That's a plus 2.06, 10.06 for that one element. Here's the triple Lutz, no problem. Gets a free leg back, triple toe loop, solid 2-jump combination. He earns 10.77 off that. He had 21 points after the first 2 elements.
Yeah, and that running edge on the triple flip, indication of good skating skills and good creative execution. So both aspects to the total score, satisfied by what Nishino delivered. And here, the music smile. He did.
Yeah,
maybe
he did.
not effervescently, but he did. He did smile.
A little bit. He had a little bit of a smile there. But the program components are in the mid two of them in the high 6s. So that is going to support that big score that we might see in just a few moments. He'll need a 78.05 to take the lead, and over 77 for second, and over 72 for third.
And certainly to even consider the skater in contention alongside 2 World Junior medalists that, top 2 at present, both medaled at the Junior World Championship last year, and he's right up there.
He might appear small in the kiss and cry, but he's big on the ice as a skater. Yeah. Wow. A great performance, and you can see no lack of confidence.
Oh, no.
No doubt. No, he just went through it. It was great.
And perhaps has learned so much from that short program, because we can see that the 49.65 he achieved at the Junior Grand Prix in Austria last year, I'm sure he was capable of much more at that point, and mistakes were made at that event, and obviously wanted to prove a clean skate here.
But he learned from those because he delivered here. Let's take a look at the score, 77.20. And look at Jersey right away. He's going, that looks pretty good. All right, that's really good. There he is.
They're just assessing, yep, okay.
Yeah, and that'll put him currently into second place. That's just awesome, but just, tenths ahead. Minkyu Seo.
On the ice, representing Ukraine, Vadym Novikov.
And so to Vadym Novikov, when he was 9 or 10, he skated to the same song, returning to a program because he's such a fan of Metallica. So let's hope for some brilliant presentation.
Competed at the Youth Olympic Games last season.
Vadym Novikov. Well, I'm not quite sure the reaction, if he's happy or not. There's no triple-triple, which I think was definitely the intention. But otherwise, a passionate skater, piece of music this skater is passionate about.
Yeah, and he also planned the triple X at the top of the program.
Oh, it was
Although
in the planned
didn't
program
look,
content.
It was in the
yeah.
content, but I'm not sure he was going to attempt it. But he definitely was going to try to do the triple-triple.
Yeah. And interesting for Vadym as we look back at the performance in the opening. The skater who's been 15th and 20th at Junior Grand Prix in the past, 19th a couple of years ago, would have needed triple-triple. That looks like a defined double axel attempt, a very nice one.
And here's the triple Lutz. And it looked like he was going to go for it, but he just had too far back on his heel, and he just popped that into a double. There's a triple flip. A little bit later in the program, and some of the steps along the way. And that step sequence in a level 3. So not bad for a junior. You're going for the 4. 4 is difficult to get.
And for Vadym, although the technical element score at base isn't as high as others that we've seen, every one of these 7 elements has a positive grade of execution, indication that his technique is good. Just dropping levels on some of the spins, which we've seen as a recurring theme this year. But nevertheless, good job shaping hearts in the kiss and cry and proudly representing Ukraine. Haha. Proud coach. And, Metallica, Vadym had explained how much he loves Metallica, how wonderful that we see a skater being able to choose a piece of music that they love to showcase their hard work in their sport.
And it has an angst. You can an angst and an energy in that number, both on the ice and in the voice. 58.97 for Vadym Novikov from Ukraine, and that'll put him currently into 8th place. As we move our way down the list in the men's short program, one more skater in this group, and then the final 6 will take to the ice.
On the ice, representing the United States of America, Patrick Blackwell.
And now to Patrick Blackwell, 16 years old. His mum is his coach.
And he was 10th at the Cranberry Open this summer, an international competition just south of Boston. Boston, of course, will host the World Championship this year.
the only mistake in the program for Patrick Blackwell from the United States of America may have been that difficult exit on the final spin.
Will that be considered a fall? Let's take a look. We don't know. But wow, what a solid performance. My gosh, great technique, great confidence.
And this, I think, the 7th performance that we have seen in this men's event with a clean skate with triple axel and triple lutz, triple toe. And so it's going to be interesting to see. It's very much now down to the program component scores and the grades of execution as his mum, Annette Blackwell, greets him off the ice.
But this should be challenging for the upper group at least into the final 6. We'll see.
Well, this is now because the men are all delivering. The chance to really assess the differences.
Triple axel, good speed off the takeoff edge, good height, nice and tight in the air, good flow on the landing as well. That's a 1.60 plus GOE, so 9.60 for that one element. And here's the triple lutz. Now look, he hesitates a little bit right in here and has to decide, push up higher, gets all the way around. Really good thinking, good reaction.
And brilliant from Patrick Blackwell as we see the triple flip. And now it will be down to who has the greatest running edge, who has the most flow and glide. And whilst Patrick is great, just when we're really nitpicking in the commentary of the result, as we see some great choreography from Adam Blake, there's just not as much flow as those who are likely to just be above him in this event.
He's in the low to mid 6s. And well, there's the raspberry, which is cool. Doesn't have a point value, but... And so we'll see where this will land him. We don't actually have a personal best score for him.
Actually, that's gone in as a fall. That closing, that's a shame. So you could add 1 point to whatever
score
is shown by the judges.
Yeah.
And he won the US Junior Team Cup, I think a Junior Grand Prix selection type event for the United States of America. And how great that he's proudly...
I was there in Milwaukee. Was it Milwaukee? Yeah.
I think so. And it was interesting as I followed some of the skaters on their travels. You know, Patrick's been training en route here at the KS Edge Skating Academy on way to Ostrava. Such commitment to representing their nation at this event.
No question. Let's take a look at the program, short program scores. For Patrick, 69.42. That 1 point would have taken him into the 70s, but he's currently in 5th place. Pretty good place to be. A little shy on the PCs as we take a look at the top 5 in the event. And pretty good, 78, 77, 77, 72, 69. Pretty tight. Lots can happen in the free program. As we get prepared. Hey, we're ice resurfacing. Come on, let's go, Mark.
Time flies when you're having fun being treated by such great skating. And their confirmation of the stats, Taiga Nishino just edging out the Junior World Champion into 2nd place. As we look ahead to the ice resurface and chance to see the video of Tracing the Path, the title video for the Mexican skater Donovan Carrillo. And then to the Mic'd Up series. Last year we had the chance to check Victor Pfeiffer, who has had a student in this event and a great skater and great coach.
Lots of fun. Enjoy. We'll be back.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down of a rink and a Donovan can stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. That's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was a lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English, and I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que siga amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
Huh? Are you mic'd up more?
No. You're still safe. No, I am mic'd up. You can say hi to our friends. Don't say it now. You're now being recorded. 11:47.
No, one more minute.
1 minute. Don't do it yet. I would always love to watch skaters on TV, and then I would always turn it on in the locker room at Worlds and stuff on Eurosport, and they would just turn it off, and I would keep turning it. Did I tell you that yet? Do you like watching?
Sort of.
A little bit, and then just stop and focus. I'll have to go down and tell Thomas that it's not 6 minutes warm up. Correct his grammar. And then the quick hops with check. Yeah, thank you. I love yours too. And then every time you hold the landing position, breathe out, relax, reset. You can do that. And keep attacking, enjoy it. Free of concern, that's it. Yeah.
A little bit of reckless a bit. Just
in a controlled way, love it. And do a beautiful landing position. Point, 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 finish it up. Make sure it's more than 8, 9, 10. So count to 30. No, I was just watching you in practice and I was like, that's a man who loves his job.
Yeah, I know, I get a little into it when they skate though, I couldn't move.
A little bit? I still sometimes have more faith in my students skating than my own. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Breathe out, relax after your elements. Okay? I'll see you down there. It was funny when the little kids were plugging the holes in the middle of the rink. And like, I don't think people do lutzes and flips there. And now it's perfect. And confident.
Yeah.
And a sassy person.
Sassy buddy.
Exactly. But fight. Sassy person. That was a good save. Keeping it PG. Light crawl up. You got it. Good. He held it. You did more than 6 on the count.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice performance. Great save on the flying set, actually.
Yes.
Oh, this way? Come on.
Oh, so close to 70.
That's good. It's a personal best.
Yeah, that is a personal best.
You know what it is? This is way too high. Right? Like, I look like a toddler sitting here.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ostrava, Czech Republic, day number 1 of the ISU Junior Grand Prix week number 2. I'm Ted Bart along with Mark Hanratty. We are about to see the final group number 5 in the men's short program, take to the ice. And so, Mark, as we traditionally have been doing over the past 2 weeks, questions during the ice resurfacing, you have a bunch. And first of all, thank you for sending in really some remarkable questions, thought-provoking and edgy and pretty cool. Mark, what do we got?
We've got some brilliant questions, and actually we have so many that I just want to rustle through them. So, a quick one, first from @jasmine.ice.princess. Who would you like to have as a guest commentator?
Well, don't we have that coming up?
Well, we do, but if you could have anybody, it's like one of those, who would you have at a dinner party, like past, present, you know.
Do they have to be a skater?
Wouldn't it be interesting to have somebody like Michelle Obama just to come and see what you think?
I think Donald Trump. That'd be
Oh
really
my
much.
God. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
It would certainly get our views
Yeah,
going.
that's for sure.
Well,
it's really good. Okay, go ahead.
we have tried to reach out to 5-time world champion Michelle Kwan.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard back from her yet, though.
Yeah, well, we're not probably on our major priority list.
Yeah, I think she's a little bit busy with political endeavors.
Yeah, I think we're trying to set up Elvis Stoichel as well. He has a very interesting career in life because I've done a 2-day interview with him, and we're putting sort of his lifestyle or his episodes through his life in our Hall of Fame, and it's very cool. It's like a Netflix little series, and he's very interesting because he was seen as, you know, one-dimensional, but he's multi-dimensional, but you wouldn't know it. When you hear him talk his way through his life, very, very interesting. But not only him, there's many people that have much more than what we know as them just as a skater.
Yeah.
Their life is much more in-depth, and that's why we like telling those stories.
Well, and talking about
okay,
skating
we've lost track here. We're off the topic.
We'll talk about Elvis Stoichel. I've just seen him performing at the CNE, and still looks amazing 30 years after his first Olympics. Like,
yeah,
super
incredible. Okay, what was that question?
Yeah.
Oh, who would we, I guess? So, just so you know, we've got Jason Brown, and like I'm thrilled with having Jason Brown tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm really excited about that. Caitlin Osmond will join us next week, and Kathy Reed while we're in Bangkok. And then Krista Moore Towers will join us for pairs in Ankara. So we'll have more killing. Costner would have been great as well. We're doing an interview with her perhaps.
Yes.
And so, so, you know, I think anybody who has had those type of experience, it'll be interesting to speak to them about memories of their junior career. Yeah. Okay, what's the next question?
And next question from @Eva Lance, who is former synchro skater from Sweet Mozart. Shout out to the synchro teams. What qualities do you think a skater has to have in order to be an excellent skater?
Okay, it's a really good question. First of all, I do want to shout out to the synchro teams and the synchro community. It is amazing. I remember as we were doing the judging system, going to all they weren't official world championships. I think World Cups or something, both the juniors and the seniors. So I've been, synchro's been a big part of my life as we built the system. And now we're building synchro in our province at a much higher degree. And to discover the difficulty of synchro, because you see all these people on the ice who go, oh, okay, well, they're doing the same thing or whatever. To skate in such a small area, inches beside a skater who reaches outside their little circle, trips you, and you trip 3 or 4 other people. It is incredible. And it's beautiful, and it's entertaining. So, okay, we're off topic, but a shout out to the synchro community, that's for sure. The qualities, it's skating. You know, you watch a Patrick Chan, a Carolina Costner, their ability to accelerate and glide across the ice completely surrounded by the word of effortless. It's just amazing, and you need that. The soft knees, the deep edges, the beautiful skating skills, just heavenly. I think that's the most important ingredient to be successful.
Yeah, the skaters that are the standout skaters that are memorable for the diehard skating fans are the ones whose blades appear to run endlessly. And so as we look at the junior skaters, we see that each stroke, each glide that they take on one foot will tend to be relatively short. The masters of the craft, likes of Yuzuru Hanyu or Kaori Sakamoto. If we look at Kaori Sakamoto's double axel landing, that running edge, so it's on a lovely edge, and she can maintain that glide on one foot seemingly endlessly, and that shows such mastery and command of the blade, which is essentially the very foundation of our sport.
You rarely see a jump that has as much, if not more, speed at the end of it than you do at the beginning, and Kari Sakamoto has that. So, yeah, that skating skill basics so important. People want to learn the jumps, they want to learn the spins. First, you need to learn to skate, and you see that in the best. Okay, what's up next?
And oh my goodness! Oh no, I'm going to go for the easier one. From @adot.dom. Why do some skaters have tape all over their skates?
Good question. So many skates might be a little bit too stiff in the beginning, and they may not even sort of circle the ankle. And so sometimes people, and as they begin to break down as well, give it a little bit more support by taping the top of their boot, and also to help tape the laces in to make sure that they don't sort of fly around. So there's a variety of sort of different reasons, but mostly used for support.
And we've seen quite a lot, or heard of a lot of skaters struggling to get stock. And so for some skaters, if their boots feel like they're breaking down and not giving enough support, and they're not able to access new skates, that's why they'll be so keen to strengthen them with the support of the tape.
And they can control how tight that is, of course, with tape, so it helps. For a while, it helps. What's up next? And what was the one that you wanted to...
Well, this is where I should name drop maybe, but from @Ella Buxy, honest opinions on Bolero. Now, I don't know if that's Bolero as in the iconic Torvill Dean 1984 Olympic winning free dance Bolero, or anybody using said music.
Well, first of all, I would talk about Torvill and Dean. I remember where I was, and when I heard that, when I heard the American commentator say, on a football broadcast, believe it or not, saying, if you haven't seen this at the Olympic Games, you need to stop and sit down and watch this, because it is pure magic. This is a country that was all about football, and the football people were saying, you have to see this.
That's amazing.
It was magical. At the time, it was a mystery. How could you do what they did? So, okay. That's that.
And Christopher Dean just rang me and I couldn't answer, so that's kind of
cool. You couldn't answer?
I couldn't answer.
You could answer. You chose not to answer.
But I just
so if Christopher Dean's listening, you're now in trouble.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Of course, you skate with on Dancing on Ice with Christopher. So, wait, 1 minute. Do we have a 1 minute question here?
1 minute question may be... No, I'm just going to give an insight into some of my friend that's posing some questions.
Okay.
Teresa Marca, part of the wonderful International Skating Union media team, she has some epic questions. But none of them have a 1 minute answer, so we're just going to tease you all.
You're using 30 seconds up.
How many sequins do you think are legally required in a skating costume, and does more sparkle equal higher scores? Yes, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. You bling it up and the judges will reward. No, I joke. There is no correlation between sparkle and higher scores.
Oh, excuse me, let me pick up my jaw. Because, wait, what? No, there's no correlation, and there is no number that says, and no one measures the sequence. So, but bling... with the right music, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But also, it's dangerous for the skaters who skate after you because you leave litter on the ice, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, that was that.
There's certainly been fashions and trends, and there was a trend not long ago to be very simplistic, but I've seen a resumption of sparkle.
Mostly in your costumes for Dancing on Ice. I saw.
Yeah. When you can't skate as well as you used to, you just sparkle up as much as you can to.
Well, you've done a good job. Okay, here we go. Final group in the men's short program. Day number 1 here in Ostrava, week number 2 on the Junior Grand Prix.
And so now to 17-year-old Dmitry Rudenko, who, interestingly, having discussed the tape on boots, Dmitry has explained that he has struggled with his skates of late and said he has flat feet, which cause problems. He used pliers to get his feet to feel comfortable in the current skates that he's got. Let's wish him all the best.
He's going to skate to stay on the outside.
Well, great to see the Slovakian skating flag represented both by the winner in the top left-hand corner of the screen and the current skater, Dmitry Rudenko, suggesting that the Slovakian Skating Association will be very pleased by the representation here and last week with Nikolajs Vaclavik as well.
Yeah, it's nice when you have a skater sort of emerge and, you know, sort of surge up the standings, if you will, because they become leaders. They become, you know, success breeds success. And we're starting to see that a little bit with the Slovakian skaters on the Junior Grand Prix. There's the triple Lutz, nicely done up in a double toe loop, a little bit of an angle. Good thing he did a double. I don't think the triple would have worked out there. And there's the triple flip. Nice, good extension, nice arms. Head could be up a little bit. That's picky detail, but nevertheless, I really like this position. Look at that pointed toe, perfectly centered, small circles, awesome quality on that sit spin. And here's an interesting bracket into the forward takeoff on the double axel. Yeah.
Good work. And Dmitry was third at the Slovak test skates last month, just behind Lukasz and Adam. With great performance ability here, and he posted a 50.32 there. I think he's improved that. Actually, at that event he had a clean short program, but struggled with levels, just level 2 and level 1 spins. And as I've mentioned throughout the course of this Junior Grand Prix series so far, that probably because of the new criteria. Unfortunately, it looks like, from what we can see, that he's coming in with level 3 spins, level 4 change foot combo spin.
Yeah, and that final spin, the flying camel spin, is a tough one with flexibility with the hips and the gentleman. And if that's your final element, that's the last element.
Burning.
Yeah, exactly. But this should beat his score at the test event, so I think he should be pretty pleased with that. Good skate, really good skate.
And this event has had so many brilliantly clean skates, really impressed by the men thus far. And so if we look down to the score that he had from the test skate, that would place him just 17th of the 25 skaters. That indication that even a clean skate here, the standard is obviously high. That said, we'll see how valuable the higher levels that Dmitry offered in the spins at this competition will have affected the score.
Program component scores, competition and performance and skating skills all in the low 5, so some room for improvement there, but that will come with experience and time and confidence, really, in many ways. And there's so much to work on. I mean, you can't get all things done at the same level at the same time. It takes years. You got to pick one thing first, another thing next,
and as we so often mention, we're never quite sure exactly the availability of tuition and ice time that the skaters have. So whether or not, in an ideal world, Dmitry would have an off-ice specialist, and he'd have some ballet training, and then he would have some weight training, all to enhance both the tech score and the program components.
It's 15 hours per week in the low season and 10 hours per week in the high season. So that is a reduction in the amount of time that you can train and prepare for your fall and winter competitions. So that's a challenge in itself.
And I haven't established from Dmitry what his studies are, but he lists his occupation as being a student, and therefore, like so many of the other skaters on the Junior Grand Prix, they juggle between academic pursuits and their competitive aspirations. Not easy.
No, it isn't. And we are waiting for the scores. We have, let's see, 9 out of the 10 judges have scores in. And then we're at almost 4 minutes for the judging. And they like to have the judging, 2.5 minutes is sort of the best, 3 minutes. And sometimes it takes longer. There can be a glitch on one of the panels, one of the equipment.
Well, this time a week ago, a little later than this, in the men's short program, we've actually gotten further than we did last week. In the last warm-up group of the men's short program, there was the need to host another warm-up group because the delay for waiting for the scores had gone beyond the 10-minute marker. And when that happens, a new warm-up is necessary.
Now, here we go. That's good. We're not
saved by that.
We're not doing that again. We hope.
Touch wood.
We're still missing one judge's input here. I'm sure they're working away at that on the panel. We don't see that, of course, but
as we get some feedback from what we can see, it happened for Dmitry at the test skate that there was an edge call in his triple flip, and it looks like the same has happened here. So the technical panel have established that his takeoff was on an outside edge, not an inside edge.
Yeah, the wrong edge. 53.95 for Dmitry. And he says, oh, not of approval of that. Likes that score. That's a better score than the test event. That'll put him currently into 12th place.
High 10 from coach Eddie Garcia for Lucas Felipe Trinidad Candria. An amazing story. The first Brazilian male skater 100% developed in Brazil to make the Junior Grand Prix.
On a tiny, tiny little rink, not even a quarter of this facility. We wish him the best.
Lucas Felipe Trinidad Candria representing Brazil, and if only everybody could see on screen now the size of the ice rink that Lucas skates in, you'd be as impressed as we are.
It is shocking. And, you know, I watched him in practice a little earlier today, nailed the triple Salchow, nailed the double axels. He has really good jump technique, really good spins as well, as we'll see. The double axel here, yeah, he has to do a turnout, but look at the arms go back. He flows off the end of the edge, tight in the air, really nice, over-rotate a little bit. And the triple Salchow coming up in here. Again, the free leg coming around, lifting him into a straight, tight rotation position, and doesn't get the free leg back. But the basics of it, it's all good. His ice, it is half, not even half, maybe a third of this rink. Yep. That's what he trains on, and that's why he skates slow, because he's never been able to skate fast. He doesn't have enough room. So it's really remarkable.
But what's impressive is that the stylistically good, even this double flip here, although not a triple like others, technique good, everything. The camel spin, glorious.
Beautiful position. Yeah, exactly. I mean, great work by him and his coaches.
Well, his choreographer, Deborah Bell, had explained that their purpose there is to develop skaters, giving them the best opportunities that they can. And he has been developed to have the opportunity to compete at the Junior Grand Prix. And although obviously not competitive with some of the others that have much more facilities available to them, Lucas skates with a enough quality to absolutely justify his opportunity of representing Brazil here at the Junior Grand Prix.
Absolutely. If he had a bigger rink to skate on and push out and use the speed and momentum, this would be completely an upgraded skater. He's already got great technique. He just needs that facility that provides him more opportunity.
And
great job.
We can't imagine how much more exhausting it will be for Lukashvili to skate in this ice rink, because he's having to push so much harder than he would in his rink to fill the space.
Yeah, exactly. He said he was challenged. His coach said he was challenged with the size of this rink. But really well taught. Well done. Great to see skaters from around the world be developed in their home country. 32.81 for Lucas. That's 25th in the short program. That's okay. The numbers don't matter. The experience does.
And now to David Sere, the Slovenian representative, one of the skaters that will be competing at both junior and senior events this season.
62.81 personal best back in 2023. So he's got some abilities and skills. He just needs to deliver them on cue, and that starts right now.
So pleased for David Sere today. Obviously delighted with the performance, and I remember seeing him compete in Yerevan and in Budapest on the Junior Grand Prix last year, and just didn't seem, I don't know if he had an injury at that time or a less successful off-season, but came in looking so much more confident.
Well, I was watching the practice session today. He didn't skate like that in practice.
Oh,
he
even
was
more
struggling
impressive
in practice. But that's what I said. He said, deliver on cue, and he did. This was a really solid skate for this young man. Struggled in the practice session today. Maybe yesterday was fine, But to come back with this performance, that's what you need. And here's triple Lutz, nice and straight, fast in the air. I think touchdown on the landing the triple Lutz up into the triple toe loop. So that was solid, much better than a little earlier today. Here's the double axel, good flow off the end of the edge. Again, nice and straight and tight, good strong back, could stretch the free leg a little bit more, oh, I missed it, sorry. I missed that entrance. It was pretty cool. There's the triple flip, that was no problem.
And the microphone picked up the wonderfully tight running edge, the bite of that edge. This was a good save, wasn't it?
Great save, yeah. Lost his balance a little bit there, but continued right on. Right into the end of his program here. And his top score, 62.81. He might come close to that. You saw the fist bump at the end of the program. Pleased with that. Put it together when it counts.
And Katarina Berja joins him in the kiss and cry. And they've been busy during the summer months. Lots of camps in Bratislava and Ljubljana and Čelka. 2 weeks in Belgium. So they've been chasing the pursuit of great skating. And hopefully this is a great start to a busy, busy season for coach and skater.
Short program score, 61.26. Side handshake there. That'll put David currently in 9th place. Has to be pleased with that performance and the score as well. Nice job. Our next skater, interesting in practice session today. Unique and different, Mark.
Yes, 19-year-old Ilia Gogitidze.
It's an interesting program, and we've heard this music played a lot over the last year or two. And he'll skate to Nemesis by Benjamin Clementine.
Ilia Gogitidze. It's always difficult to take a piece of music that has been delivered so well by some of the greats in our sport as fans cheer him on. But I loved some of the movement within Ilia's choreography, and I thought there were some aspects that were unique. And choreographer listed as Merove Ephraim, not somebody that I know of, but total respect to the work done.
Great job. And also for him, because you can have the choreography, but you don't deliver it as designed, and he, I think, did in this case. And really interesting movements. And he captured my eye this morning in the practice sessions, and he delivered here in competition. There's the triple flip right off the top. Look at the extension and the flow and the landing. So that was really fine quality. Here's the double axel. No problem with this, of course. Great lift in the air, soft knees on the landing. And then the triple. There's the first triple toe loop, down in the knee bend, soft on the takeoff, a little bit on lean on the landing, the second triple toe loop, but that's okay. And here's some of the moves here. Let's slow this down a little bit as he reaches out. Look at the bend in the upper body, the commitment.
And what you can't hear in replay is how that was perfectly pitched, the musicality.
Yeah, really nicely done.
You know, and we get asked often in the questions within the warm-up, you know, what makes a skater? And this is not a winning performance, but this is a memorable skater. This is a skater who has an appreciation for music.
This is a good answer to that question. You know, great innovation, great use of the blades, the whole thing. His top score is 54.74. He's going to beat that by quite a bit, I think, right now. What a great job.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I think we want to just say thank you when a skater kind of alerts you to some new movement and a skater shows passion, which they all do.
And coached by Didier Lessing. He's had so many good skaters over the years and does such a wonderful job. Let's take a look at the scores of the short program. And there it is, 62.52. And they're going, okay, that's good. He's got a big smile growing on his face. 8th in the short program so far in the competition. 2 skaters to come.
On the ice, representing Hungary, Kolos Rac.
And now to Kolos Rac, 16 years old, from Budapest. First Junior Grand Prix assignment. What a shame regarding the final change for sit spin at the end of the program for Kolos Rac, representing Hungary. Just a mistake there. Loss of concentration perhaps towards the tail end of the program. And a skater that's in their first Junior Grand Prix, so comes into this with a whole load of learning opportunities.
Yeah, he had, you know, some really good upper body movement. You can see the commitment to the choreography of that, so that's a positive. We'll take a look at, there's the triple toe loop, a little open in the air, slow rotation, under rotated, takes the fall. Here's the double flip. Again, looks like a bit of a mispick in that as well. And the double axel, I don't know how he landed that because that was going sideways, but he's like a cat on that, got the feet down. Nice flying camel, good stretch of the arm, and turnover position here, difficult variation, and grabs the blade. That is so difficult from flexibility and a strength perspective. That flying camel comes in a level 2, so he gets 2 out of the 4 possible features. Here's some of the steps. You can see the use of the arms, the head, upper body movement, nice little twizzle there. So some nice work in that step sequence. That is in at a level 3, in fact. And there was the problem on the spin at the end.
And actually, Kolos had good edge set, so deep edges. Didn't have as much flow on the edges compared to others that we have seen, but the actual angle of his edges within that step sequence were good, and hence why the level was a level 3, so the technical panel recognizing lots of cleanly delivered turns.
Yeah. So some up and down a little bit in the program, but, you know, gaining experience as all these skaters are. And, you know, I think most of these young skaters don't have a number of placement where they would like, and other than the top group perhaps, but want to skate their best, want to find out how, it's a mystery, how can I skate my cleanest, my best under pressure? How can I do that? The only way you learn that is by getting out in competition. 39.74 for Kolos, and that will put him currently in 24th place. Well, Mark, we've come up to our final skater in the men's short program.
And it has been, on the whole, a really strong event. So
yeah.
We save the final performance for Matias Lindfors.
22nd at the Junior World Championships last year. Skating is a family affair with both siblings and also competitive figure skaters as well. And he'll skate the short program here to the last opera.
Well, as soon as Matias Lindfors started his program, I immediately remembered this skater from last year.
Yeah, me too.
So expressive. And interestingly, the grade of execution for his step sequence is in as high as the leader. That just an indication of the quality of the skating aspect and the expression and the presentation of this performer.
He's a good example of that question, what makes a top skater. You saw it all here. It's difficult to all explain in such a short period of time. Beautiful skating skills, wonderful flow, awesome upper body movement. There's that triple flip to open the program. Arms and shoulders down. Here's the triple lutz, popped into a double, unfortunately. Does a 3-turn, keeps the free leg off the ice, goes into the triple toe loop to save at least a few points. Double axel, nice flow in the landing, but it's really the steps and the quality of skating. Watch some of the moves here. Grabs the blade, does the twizzle, the hand above the head. And watch this extension in there and reaching out here. Just great.
And, kudos, we've mentioned the family that support him, but his sister listed as choreographer. And, I mean, just it blows my mind as a parent of a boy and a girl to think how the boy and the girl siblings have worked together to create this choreography and what a great job they have done. So the parents must be beyond proud, not just of the skating, but of the collaboration.
Teamwork, yeah, I'm sure. And memories for a lifetime. Really, family memories.
Now the top 7 men all have landed clean triple axel. Matias hadn't included that in his planned program content. I think he would have been right up there as the next skater based on the quality of the components and the GOEs, but unfortunately that double lutz will be costly for the combination.
Yeah, personal best 66.06. He will not meet that because of that lutz. But if that lutz was in there, he would probably surpass that score slightly, but we'll see what this number is in just a moment.
Alina Meyer-Vurthanen, his coach, joining him in the kiss and cry.
Sort of anxiously waiting to see what did that cost me, that pop lutz. Score 59.48 for Matias, and that will put him currently in 11th place. And he goes kind of, okay, that's okay, not too bad with that miss. And good job. It was good. It was a good event, Mark.
Really, really good event. And I think what's exciting is that it's just a point between the junior world bronze medalist and the junior world champion, with the Taiga Nishino, the 14-year-old from Japan, separating the two.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle as we take a look at the final standings in the men's short program. There it is, 78.03 for Adam, 77.20 for Taiga, and 77.08 for Minkyu. So that's going to be a battle for the podium and some interesting challenges below that as well.
Well, 7 clean performances with triple lutz, triple toe, and triple axel. So
will we see a quad in the free? We'll see. Much more to come. Okay, up next is going to be the pairs free program here in day number 1 in Ostrava of the Junior Grand Prix week number 2. So we hope you'll stay with us for coverage of the pairs short program coming up in just a few moments.